Okay, I'd like to call the Physician Assistant Board meeting to order. My name is Robert Sachs. I'm the president of the board. Today is December 9th, 2013. I'd like to introduce the members of the Physician Assistant Board, starting to my far right, Jed Grant, a physician assistant and public member. Next to him, Sonia Early, a physician assistant and professional member. Next to Sonia is Dr. Charles Alexander, a public member. Glenn Mitchell, our executive officer. Laura Friedman, our legal counsel. Christy Schellens, who will be our new legal counsel. Dr. Michael Bishop, who is a physician and the representative from the medical board. And Rosalie Shorter, a physician assistant who is a professional member. Other staff that is here, Diane Tinchner, enforcement analyst, and Lynn Forsythe, who is everything to us, our staff service analyst. So welcome everybody. At this time, I would like to have roll call, please.
Dr. Alexander?
Present.
Dr. Bishop?
Here.
Christina Gomez Vidal Diaz? Sonia Early?
Here.
Jed Grant?
Here.
Catherine Hazelton? Robert Sachs?
Here.
And Rosalie Shorter?
Here.
Okay, it appears that we have a quorum. Next item on the agenda is approval of the August 26th minutes. And you received an updated version, I believe. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second?
I second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes pass. At this time, I'd like to formally introduce our new attorney. Christy Schellens is an attorney 3 with the Department of Consumer Affairs. She's worked with DCA since March of 2000. She has represented the Bureau of Post-Secondary and Vocational Education, the Board of Behavioral Sciences, California Board of Pharmacy, Dental Board, Bureau of Automotive Repair, Bureau of Electronic and Appliance Repair, Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation, Cemetery and Funeral Board, Board of Accountancy, and the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners. She has worked as corporate counsel in large national and small insurance companies, local companies, specializing in health insurance line of business. She's also worked as a litigator in the private sector. So we'd like to welcome you. She will be with Laura for one more meeting, and then Laura's going to abandon us again.
Yes, but like I think I said on at least 2 prior occasions, I'm like a bad penny, so, you know.
You keep coming back.
I may be back. Christy will have a conflict, or something will go on, and you'll probably see me again at some point. But actually, I leave you in very good hands. Christy and I started at the department at about the same time, coming up on 14 years ago, and we were trained by the same person who was the board's counsel prior to me being here, and you'll be in very good hands. It's going to be a smooth transition. So.
Thank you. I'm sure it will be. So next item on the agenda is public comment on items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, we will move to the next item, which is item number 5. Reports, first one being President's Report. I attended the CAPA conference in October and staffed physician assistant booth along with Jed Grant. We had many questions. There were approximately 750, 800 physician assistants registered at that meeting. was interesting because some of them didn't have a clue what we do, which was kind of scary. They thought we were in charge of the examination. They thought we were in charge of getting them their DEA numbers. And Judd finally said to him, "You have a plastic card in your wallet? That comes from us." And some of them were actually shocked, so it served a good purpose. We answered a lot of questions. I had the opportunity to talk to a group of PA students in the afternoon, and that was enjoyable. I also attended the PA advisory meeting for one of the new PA programs, Marshall Ketchum University, which is going to be a master's program in Yorba Linda. They are actually undergoing their ARC accreditation today and tomorrow, and will take their first class next September. In April or May, I can't remember, testified before the medical board regarding our regulation for personal presence with Dr. Bishop. He was instrumental in getting this to move forward. They had had a very long day, and I think we came up on their agenda at about 5:30, 5:45 at night. And he was just a bulldog. I couldn't have asked for a better champion for PAs. And they did approve to move forward with the rulemaking files. So it's in their hands and Dr. Bishop's hands. I also had the opportunity to be keynote speaker at the San Joaquin Valley PA program for Veterans Day. This program is a 2-year program, and they have accomplished what many others have talked about. They have 14 students currently enrolled that are veterans. So out of 45 or so, Judd?
Yeah, 45's 30% veterans. There's
30% veterans, which is just a great accomplishment. It was a great day. They had some World War II veterans there. They had a World War II prisoner of war veteran there who brought tears to everybody's eyes and gave a very inspiring talk. So that will conclude my president's report. We will move on to Executive Officer Glenn Mitchell.
I have a couple things to report. First of all, I'd like to update you on the CURES system. The CURES system is a database that contains records of controlled substances dispensed in California, and it's a tool used by prescribers, law enforcement, as well as the regulatory boards such as the PA board. SB 809 was recently signed by the governor, and this will address the funding issues with the CURE system. It is having some issues where it's not currently managed very well. One aspect of this bill is it's going to require a CURES fund, which we are required to charge $6 for a year per each licensee renewal. So it'll be $12 for 2-year renewals. This money will go into a fund which will assist in updating and modernizing the system so it can accommodate the requirements of SB 809. The other thing I'd like to report on is that the governor also signed SB 304, and this is mainly relates to the medical board, but how it will impact the PA board is that the medical board currently handles our investigative services, and part of this legislation has moved the medical board investigators to the Division of Investigation with the Department of Consumer Affairs. So I'll be working with the medical board, Department of Investigation to have a smooth transition to our to the new department's investigative services. And finally, Diana's been working with legal counsel to update our law book, and we have some recent changes that we're going to include in the next updated version. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on the report so far? All right.
I'll do licensing.
We will do licensing, and Glenn Mitchell will do that also.
Okay. From the period of time August 1st, 2013 to November, we've issued a total of 264 licenses compared to the same time last year, which was 203. And as of November 1st, we have a total of 9,579 licenses renewed and current. Any questions on licensing?
Public comment? Okay, we will move on to diversion program.
Okay, as
Glenn.
of November 1st, we have a total of 14 participants in the diversion program, which consists of 2 voluntary self-referrals and 12 board referrals. And as of November the 1st, we've had a total of 112 participants in the program. Any questions on diversion?
Okay, public comment? All right. Next item will be the enforcement report. Diane.
Okay, you have in your packets the statistics through September 30th, and we have received 87 complaints and we closed 80. You can see the various categories that the complaints that were received. We opened 31 investigations and closed 23. We have currently 46 active probationers and 11 that are told. And in disciplinary decisions, we had 1 non-adopt, 1 public reprimand, 2 revocations, 2 voluntary surrenders, 3 probationary licenses were issued, and at that time we had 1 out to vote. During that period, we filed 7 accusations. We had 1 PC-23. And then citations, we issued 6 citations. We've closed 2. We have 7 pending. The next few pages are bar charts comparing the last 3 same time frames. And then on the last page, we have 64 formal investigations pending. 21 of them are over 8 months old. 8 of them are scheduling and interviews and subpoenas, trying to get them to come in, and also to get the records. We had 4 at expert review. 6, they were finishing on the final report. 2 of them were working within the MBC priorities. 1 we are still waiting for the conclusion of the criminal case. In disciplinary cases, we had 31 pending, with 7 over 8 months. 1 was waiting for the decision effective date, 1 non-adopt, 4 that were waiting for hearing, and 1 that needed additional investigation. So does anybody have any questions?
I have one. Is it just my perception, or are we seeing a lot more DUI accusations in the past?
Yes, those appear to be on
Do we have any
the
idea
rise.
why that's, I mean, are they just more DUI checkpoints going up? And
I have no idea. I don't know if we're getting in, if it's the younger group. I have no idea, because I think we're seeing that in applications
Be a lot of
also.
applications, a lot more than prior years.
So
better
that's-
educate them, I guess. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I have one. I noticed that unprofessional conduct is a large number of complaints. Is there any specific part, I know it's such a broad category, unprofessional conduct. Is there anything specific that is standing out as, what's generating that?
No, I think sometimes a lot of it's could be the demeanor of the PA. There's various items, and I can't really say there's anything specific that stands out. We're hoping that with the breeze that we'll be able to identify a little more and be able to break down that category, because if it sort of doesn't fit in something else, then it ends up in unprofessional conduct.
Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Public comment? All right. We will move on to nomination and election of physician assistant board officers. So I will turn the meeting over to Glenn Mitchell, the executive officer.
Okay. Business Professions Code, Section 3509.5 states that the board shall elect annually a chairperson and vice chairperson from among its members. And traditionally, we do this on the last meeting of the year, which is today. So do I have nominations for president for 2014?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Sachs as president.
Can I have a show of hands in favor of Robert Sachs for president for 2014? Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Condolences.
Do I have nominations for vice president for 2014?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Dr. Charles Alexander.
Okay. Could I have a show of hands for those in favor of Dr. Alexander for vice president? Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Your pay raise will be in the mail.
I'll look for it.
Thank you. No public comment on that, I guess. Is there somebody here from the director's office? Okay, we're just put that on. Yes,
There's
I'm here, just
nothing to
wanted
report.
to say good morning.
okay.
I have no specific update unless the board has any questions I can try to answer or take back with me.
Could you give us your name for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm Corinne Fishman, Board of Bureau Relations with the DCA.
Okay, thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
All right, item number 8 is approval of the passing score for the initial PA examination. Under the Business and Professions Code 3517, the board shall, however, establish a passing score for each examination. We are never given the information as to what the passing score is by the NCCPA, but we have to approve it. So I guess I need a motion to approve the passing score of the NCCPA exam, regardless of what it is.
I'll make the motion that we accept the passing score for NCCPA as the passing score.
Okay. Further, do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Discussion.
I'm interested in that. Is this passing score proprietary information that we're unable to get? The reason I ask is that from the medical board side of things, one of our members was on the MSLE board, and the statement was, at one point was made that they were adjusting the passing score to create the number of passing candidates. And I'm concerned about that sort of a practice, and I'm just wondering if indeed that could be happening, we would be unaware of it. So I think although we all want to have more practitioners, we want to make sure the quality remains the same. So I just don't know if that information is available to us or if it's unavailable.
I think that in the years past, we've actually had a handout I can provide to you. But evidently, they arrive at this score through some statistical, mathematical equation. And there's a method, and I'm not familiar with how exam scores are determined, but evidently they come up with it, and it does change every year.
Well, typically what you do is you do a Z-score.
Mic's not on. Microphone?
Is there a button to push it?
I'm sorry, my apologies. Typically, statistically, what they do is look at the mean and standard deviation and set number of standard deviations above or below the mean that they want to accept. And it's pretty straightforward. It's just as you adjust that criteria, it adjusts how many people are going to pass. Because each year, the raw score is going to differ. But the statistics will remain roughly the same for the number of deviations you're going to allow to pass. So I'd just be interested to know what the mechanism is and if that's available to us. It just seems a little frightening to me to vote on something we have no numbers for.
I have some familiarity with
Do
it
you?
because
Okay, great.
I work in PA education. It does change, and there's a number of questions that are test questions that they're testing to see if they work and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
A lot of that is proprietary to NCCPA. We may want to consider inviting them to explain to the board, perhaps at the next meeting, of how they arrive at their number and why we should accept it or not. But it's a complicated answer.
So do you know if the test is, the scores, the pass rate is determined by pass, no pass, or is there a number?
There is a number. There's a cutoff there. I believe it's 350 out of a possible 800.
Okay.
So.
And just by way of a little bit of history, and I think it's probably time to do it again, but I recall when I was first assigned as your counsel, I had this conversation with your then EO And they went back and we did do some evaluation to make sure that the decision was psychometrically sound, psychometric being the term of art for people who prepare examinations. And there was a basis for how they reached that, but it is also a requirement of your law and Section 139 of the Business and Professions Code. So I'm offering that only to say that in the past there had at least been some basis for the number that how they reached their passing score. But I'm sure we can find that again and present it to the current members.
I just think it would be interesting perhaps to see what the applicant to pass ratio has been over the years, see if there's been a change, just that sort of information, perhaps just my compulsive personality.
I'm wondering how you can pass the motion without knowing what a score is. I mean, I'm confused by this.
Okay. Well, I have no problem taking a vote on this motion and then having a new motion.
Well, I think if, just in making general comment, NCCP has long been recognized as the standard by which we've measured PAs for certification. And so their examination has stood up to scrutiny over time, and we've accepted their practices, if my understanding is correct. There's nothing wrong with looking at that, but this is the nationally accepted standard that has been looked at by all other states, to my understanding. Certainly willing to look at it and make sure that it seems legitimate, but it is recognized widely. Go ahead.
May I? As Laura was mentioning, every board that uses an examination, whether it's their own examination or a national examination, has to conduct examination validity or validation studies, and they hire a psychometrician, as Laura's mentioned, to evaluate whether the examination is valid for that profession. And so I think that staff wouldn't bring this to you if there hadn't already been that validation process that has been met, because by law under 139 of the Business and Professions Code, you have to validate that examination before you can accept it. So my point is, I understand the discomfort with not accepting something without knowing the actual number, but I think that there has been that validation. My understanding is it's already been done. And if you want further information, that can be provided at another date. But you've been doing this apparently for years, and it hasn't been an issue, correct?
No.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that you don't think that there hasn't been that examination of the exam, that validation process has already been done for this examination.
I'm just, as a excuse me, as an educator and a public member, I'm just curious about the scores, as the dear doctor at the other side is, in terms of trends and what is actually going on in the testing arena for PAs. But if the motion is written as such, where it says we're approving a score established by the National Commission, then I'm okay with that. But
And I'm also willing to vote for this. I just think in the future, perhaps, as this comes up next year, or whenever the next vote would be, that we would be provided with just a statement that this has been approved or been validated by X organization, and just a little more information. Just as a matter of public record, if you're voting for something you don't really know what it is,
Right.
it just doesn't have the same force of common sense to it, really. But I'm willing to vote for the motion as stated, since it's historically been accurate, and thank you for your input too. But it just makes sense to know what you're voting for.
I agree. Maybe we could, even though we vote on it today, we could approach the NCCPA and get some information that we could present at our next meeting.
Okay.
And you know what else, Glenn? Just, do we have a contract with them?
No.
We don't have a contract. They would just accept it. Okay.
But every year, I think annually, we have to certify there's an exam document, and we have to get information for the NCCPA in terms of how they validate it. And there again, I'm not sure the exact words, but it's a process that evidently the exam unit understands when we provide
Okay.
that.
So, So I think that fills in the hole that you're talking about, which is, sounds like, so within DCA, there's
Office of
Office
Exam
of
Resources. Office of Exam
Professional-
Resources.
Professional Exam Resource, OPES, Office of Professional Exam Resources, and those are the department psychometricians. And for some of our agencies, the individuals who work in that unit are the ones who actually write exams and validate whether or not they're current and accurate. And it sounds like what Glenn is saying is that the validation has occurred because there's been some communication between OPES and the national exam. Yeah, or that they send a recommendation. Yeah, so
Right.
perhaps that's the.
Perhaps invite someone from the DCA's exam unit to come and discuss what has been done and the process that the exam goes through from their perspective and how they validate.
I think the other thing, over the years, a century ago, the exam was only given twice a year. And so it was much easier to validate and establish passing scores. Now the exam is given every day except for about 3 weeks. So you go to a computer facility and take the exam. Okay, so the motion is to approve the passing score of the physician assistant initial licensing exam in 2014 from the National Commission of Certification of Physician Assistants. Do we have any public comment? Okay, further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion will carry. Next item on the agenda is meeting dates for next year. Lynn has prepared some potential dates.
Exam locations and dates.
Oops, I'm sorry. Okay. I guess there's another thing that we have no control over that we have to pass, which is dates and location of the certifying examination. And it reads that the time and place of the examination shall be fixed by the board. This is Business Professions Code 3517. Again, we have no control over when the dates take place, but it is administered by the National Commission of Certification of Physician Assistants. So, and it is given at the VUE Pearson Professional Testing Centers, which is statewide. So, I'll entertain a motion to approve the location. Second? Sonia, thank you. Further discussion?
Before we move on, was the motion to approve both the dates and locations? Okay, thank you. Is second agrees? Very well, thank you.
All those in favor? Public comment? Okay, there being none. Moving on to dates for next year's meetings. Lynn has prepared a list for us. In discussing with staff, we have 2 members who are not in attendance today, and I think maybe an appropriate move would be to set up the February meeting, and then hopefully everybody would be in attendance at the February meeting, and we could flush out the rest of the year rather than committing 2 individuals to meeting dates that may not work for them. So, anybody have a problem with Monday, February 24th? Everybody's looking at their electronic calendars. I don't think it conflicts with medical board because she put those into. Do I have a motion then to adopt February 24th, 2014 as the first meeting date of the board for next year?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? You're good?
I'm good.
Okay. Public comment? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so at the next meeting, we're put on the agenda meeting dates for the remainder of the year. We're moved to item 10, which is update of the current budget. Diane?
Okay, in your packets, you have the CalSTARS report through October 31st, which is pretty much we are a third of the way through. And we have 63% of our budget left, so we are on track that we should be fine with getting through this fiscal year without any problems. And then the next page, the last page, is the 5-year projections for our fund condition, which shows that we are sound. And keep in mind, too, that we still have the 1.5 million general fund is loan is still outstanding, and we have been told that if we get into a fiscal crisis, that would be repaid. Anybody have any questions?
I gotta find the page that I was looking at.
You're looking for the,
Yeah, I did.
the fund condition.
I think on the, I had a question, yeah, on the fund condition for 213/14, it shows that our revenue is 1.485 million, but then down at total disbursements, it showed that we had 1.513. So did we have to pull some money from reserves for 2013-14?
No, the extra is for the cures, and we will be getting reimbursements for that. That's my understanding. So it has to do, it's been placed. They do a BCP generally whenever there's any kind of a bill that requires additional funds. The department does a BCP to augment our fund. So we will be, I think that's what that one is for, yes.
Is that $122 or?
122,000.
Okay, that's a lot of money for us to be paying for cures.
Well, hopefully it'll be a valuable tool and.
Just, may I clarify? I have a little bit of knowledge about the CURES program, and all the Healing Arts Boards are contributing to keep it funded. If you recall, a couple years ago, you may have read in the paper that Governor Brown slashed the Bureau of Narcotic Enforcement's budget, which defunded the entire program, and they have one staff person that's working on CURES right now. So that is why the Healing Arts Boards have stepped up and have contributed to keep it at least operational until the new bill will kick in next year, when, you know, the licensees will help support it as well, the ones that use it, the prescribers and the dispensers who will be using that system will be funding it through the $6 annual fee.
I just want to say, again, as at the medical board level, that it's unfortunate that our legislature was unable to get the big pharma and the big pharmacies to help us fund this, the ones that are making billions of dollars of profit.
Okay, further discussion on the financial report? Public comment? Thank you, Diane. Okay, next item number 11, update on the Breeze implementation. Glenn.
Okay. As you know, Breeze is a new computer system that will replace our legacy systems, ATS and CAS. And we have been testing it for the last year or so, and the system actually went live on October the 8th. And the transition went pretty smooth, but we have had some minor issues to report, and we are working with the Breeze team to update the system and ensure that it is functioning properly. I also like to report that Breeze is being rolled out in a phased basis, and we are scheduled for online applications for April 2014, and online renewals will take place around August of 2014. And I'd like to thank the staff for all their dedication and work in implementing this system, and the Breeze team for helping us roll that out. Are there any questions about Breeze?
I do have one question since it impacted me personally. With the lack of letters being sent out with the Breeze implementation, and that's going to be corrected, has there been anybody who's not been able to get their license or work because of the complication with the letters?
Well, I could let me explain first of all the letter issue. Evidently, when the system went live, the December and January renewals were bridging over from the new and the old system. So when Breeze went live, neither system recognized those renewal cycles. And that staff discovered it, and we worked with the department and to get those out. But we have been working with people that can renew, sending the materials basically to our office. So we've been handling a lot of December renewals in-house. And luckily, we've caught the system, but as I said, we've been working with individuals to try to take care of it. And it's unfortunate, and we apologize for the inconvenience, but we've also had CAPA put it on their website so they can catch their members. But hopefully it'll be a one-time issue. But as I have personally seen, the February renewals have gone out. So the Breeze system picked those up. And so it was really that period of time. And for some reason, nobody really recognized that they would bridge over and not being caught by both systems.
I just want to thank the staff for putting that out there to CAPA. I got an email from CAPA as well as other people that, hey, these letters aren't coming. So I'm sure that some people were missed, but I think the staff did a great job of trying to get the word out there.
And the letters have gone out, so we do have individuals now that have renewed and have received their December renewal notice. So we're dealing with a lot of that I've already renewed, what do I do? But hopefully this is a one-time unfortunate occurrence.
Thank you.
Further comments? I'd just like to also thank our staff. Over the years, they have taken pride in getting renewals and initial licensing accomplished in a very expeditious way, and they are meeting this challenge head-on and doing an awesome job. PAs, unlike other professionals, tend to wait until the last minute to send their renewal in, and then all of a sudden it's panic time when they're credentialing, hospital or a physician comes up to them and says, I got a notice from the hospital that your license expires in 2 weeks. And it's, oh yeah, that's right. So part of it is our professionals part who don't get the letter sent back in an appropriate time frame. And I appreciate the staff for doing everything they have done in the past few weeks to help some of the PAs get their licenses renewed. So thank you.
I do
Public
have a
comment?
question. I do have a question.
Yes.
Due to the holidays coming up and the given situation with Breeze, is there anything put in place for the people who may not have received them to expedite them during the holiday season?
Well, we tend to, if we get the renewal in our office, we'll handle it usually that same day. So our
Okay.
policies, if we physically see a payment, we consider that person renewed. We're able to do written verifications until the system will update. At least online, you can see the new expiration date. But we do work with individuals to try to get them licensed or renewed as soon as we can. Also, I should also add with the Breeze, with the online renewal, we'll be able to accept credit card payments as well.
Okay, further questions? Public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 12, mandatory reporting requirements for physician assistants. Judd Grant.
Okay, so there are some various laws that require self-reporting on the part of the physician assistant, both in the Business and Professions Code and the California Code of Regulations. Staff has prepared agenda item 12, which has an update and clarifications, but essentially says when a physician assistant is required to report health conditions to the local health authority, or change of address or renewal of license, as well as if they've been charged with any crimes. And so the original directive for this was to ask the staff to make it clear or well known on the website what the reporting requirements are for physician assistants so that they could be in compliance with the law. In addition to self-reporting requirements, there's reporting requirements where patients are concerned in terms of pesticide poisoning and suspicion of abuse or people who've incurred injury as a result of crimes. Many PAs are probably aware of this, but some may not be. And so the idea was to make this a clear and readily accessible item on our website that PAs could find out what they need to report and how they would go about doing that. And so the staff has come up with this list, which I think is great, and the executive officer has said is prepared to update on the website. So I'd like to make a motion that we ask the staff to update the website and provide this information to our licensees and the public.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion?
I just wanted to clarify, do you want something kind of as abbreviated as this, or did you want more of an explanation? Because I think staff is going to be doing more of an explanation.
Yes, we're going to have the actual language, but this was just to give you an idea of what we've discovered.
Range of what would be covered. Okay, I just wanted it to be clear to the board members that they're not staff isn't proposing to post the list, but rather explanation of the types of things that must be reported, and then with a little bit more explanation. But these are the code sections that'll be covered at this point.
Right, thank you. And I understand the staff will be updating this as maybe new regulations are passed or discovered that PAs would need to be aware of.
Does the PA board have a newsletter that goes out to the practitioners as well? Or is it just, I mean, if someone doesn't happen to visit the website, they wouldn't know this existed. Is there some other way to let the practitioners know that this information exists on the website in a more definitive form, a more expansive form, so people would know to look for it?
We could do I guess we have a subscription list. We could start with that. I think a lot of individuals on our subscription list are actually employers, which would be able to disseminate that information rather quickly. We could also alert CAPA. They might be able to put it out to their members. Another option is to put a brochure into the renewal or to the renewals as well as the new licensing packets. We could do that. So there's different ways we could get that information.
I think
out.
the outreach is really important. It's an important topic, absolutely.
Maybe put it in the licensing packet if we could. I know over the years of having been on this committee and now board, back in the 90s, the entire law book was sent to every physician assistant when they got their license and to the supervising physicians, because in the early days, the supervising physicians had to pay an additional license fee every 2 years to supervise a PA, so they got a book. And we had a huge postage bill. I mean, the book was like that thick.
Yeah.
And, at that time, I had 5 supervising physicians, and about a week after the books arrived, all 5 copies of the physician books were on my desk. And it was like, no, you don't understand. You're supposed to read those. So, because of that experience, I think over time we've stopped mailing it to our licensees, and we do depend heavily on individuals going to the website. We really do not furnish them with hard copy information that they get mailed to them. And I don't know if that's something we may want to explore in the future to see if there's something else we can do besides depend on the web. So we have a motion, further discussion, public comment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So we will go on to item 13, which was a carryover from the last board meeting, discussion regarding the current voluntary exam of the physician assistant laws and regulations. This is a 10 question exam that is on our website, and it was just put there because I had a comfort level that there needed to be at least some kind of an effort on our part to make sure that PAs knew what was going on with their regulations. And I don't know if we're able to measure how many hits are on this website portion.
We have the ability to do that, yes.
It would certainly, I know some states actually make PAs take an examination on their regulations before they license them, Texas being one, kind of like a driver's test. But this is our best effort, and what we have before us today is some new questions, and it's just a matter of changing them from the current ones that are on the website, which have been there for about 3 or 4 years, I think. Does everybody have a copy of those? Okay, so you have the questions, and it's just basically
Review them, and basically the Office of Professional Exam Services would like the questions that they currently have reviewed and reviewed prior to releasing them to the website on the exam. So we'll probably have board members look them over, and then legal counsel would ultimately approve them.
okay. So do we really need a motion for this?
I don't think so. I see this as a staff role, so.
Okay.
If you want it.
So I'd like to just direct staff to, I think I've looked at all of them and I thought they were okay, but I'd like to have a couple of other professional members look at the questions also and make sure there isn't something that I'm missing.
Just a tidbit on Form A, question 3. I believe they left out the word physician. It says if a supervising delegates the authority. I believe it's intended to mean if a supervising physician, just a tidbit. Other than that, the questions all look reasonable to me.
Okay. We will make that change.
Okay.
Public comment? Okay, we will go to item number 14. Update on regulations. Mr. Mitchell.
Okay. Mr. Sachs has already kind of briefed us on the medical or the personal presence regulation proposal. But the medical board did meet at their October 24th meeting, reviewed the matter, and have elected to move forward with the rulemaking process. That hearing will take place on February the 7th of 2014. Another update on the model guideline regulations, Title 16, Section 1399-523. We're continuing to work on that to develop that for a rulemaking file. And for Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 1399, 620, 621, 622, 23, which is the sponsored free healthcare events. That was actually approved August the 7th by Office of Administrative Law, and it became effective on October 1st of 2013, and we will be adding that to our website, that new requirement. Are there any questions about our regulatory proposals?
Questions from the board? Okay. Public comment? Very good. Okay, we will go to item 16, Legislative Committee. Sonia Early.
Yes, at our last meeting, our legislative committee, Catherine Hazelton, our chair, and myself, we mentioned the updates about the legislative interest for the physician assistant board, and currently we do not have any new legislation affecting PAs. The only bill that hasn't been signed at this point is AB 186, and that's the temporary and expedited license for military applicants. All others have been approved and signed, and we will add them to the to our law regulation book.
Okay, perfect. Further questions from the board? Public comment? All right. At this time, I would like to propose a 10-minute break, and then we will move into the board's strategic planning. Okay, we will reconvene the Physician Assistant Board. Before we go into our strategic planning, I just an individual in the audience, and this is Deputy Attorney General Judith Alvarado, who is the PA Board Liaison from Department of Consumer Affairs. So welcome, and hope we don't bore you. So, okay, what did I say? No. Okay. So anyway, at this point in time, we're all going to move to the audience, and we will start our strategic plan.
So for board members, we're going to be using your environmental scan as a tool today, all righty? So I want to make sure you have that. Make you comfortable, certainly. We have a handout coming around, which is a copy of the PowerPoint, alrighty? So I want to make sure everybody has that. So how do I sound? Am I too loud? Please let me know if I am. And I'm wearing a mic because my understanding is this is being webcast. So I can get a little loud at times. So please let me know. All righty? Need to go up a little? Is that a little better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Terry Maduri, and I'm with Solid Planning Solutions. We're one of the departments under the DCA, Department of Consumer Affairs. And I am here with my colleague, Dennis Zanke, and we are delighted to be working with the Physician Assistant Board. We are the strategic planners, and we are learning a lot about physician assistants. Neither of us are physician assistants, but we are strategic planners. So again, we are here to assist the Physician Assistant Board in developing their strategic plan. So to introduce your facilitators, again, I'm Terry Maduri, and this is Dennis Zanke. And basically, our role today is to facilitate. We are to guide. I like to think of us as tour guides. We're kind of guiding folks from point A to point B. And we've already done some preliminary work to help us down our journey today in terms of developing our objectives and our goals for our strategic plan. So we are a neutral party. We are not the subject matter experts, but we do use techniques to facilitate discussion and to help people come to a decision. And that's our role today. Dennis, as you can see, we have a laptop over here, and he's going to document what the Physician Assistant Board decides today. All righty, so just want to let you know we are documenting for the purpose of the strategic plan. I like to start us off with some words of wisdom about strategic planning. Our first person, Yogi Berra. Does anybody know who Yogi Berra is? Any baseball fans in the house? Yes? Very famous catcher for the Yankees, also a manager. And basically he says, if you don't know where you are going, you are certain to end up somewhere else. What do you think he might be talking about here? I like to think of vision, right? In an organization or even in our personal lives, if we don't have a vision, we don't know where we're headed, we're not going to get very far. So again, a big portion of a strategic plan is to have a vision. Next, we have Clark Crouch. He's been in the strategic planning industry for over 25 years. And basically, he's telling us a little bit about the purpose of a strategic plan. Strategic planning is a process by which we can envision the future and develop the necessary procedures and operations to influence and achieve that future. That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about your goal areas. We're going to talk about your objectives. What are your strategic areas of focus for the next 5 years? Okay? So to get us started with some framework, I like to talk about some ground rules just to kind of help us develop. I like to say we're building a house here. This is kind of our foundation and our structure for our meeting today. My understanding is we have 2 hours, and so my goal is to kind of move us along. First and foremost, we are really going to focus on concepts today. Not really the wordsmithing aspect, but concepts. We're going to work with board staff offline to really get the wording down. And board members, you will have the opportunity to review what we come up with and certainly make edits. And then we'll revisit it at your next meeting. So we're going to talk about options before we make decisions, respect one another, and what I have witnessed so far in terms of your proceeding this morning, and also talking to each of you on the telephone through the phone interviews. This is a very respectful board, great ideas, sharing of ideas. So you have already set the stage for how today's going to turn out, and I do appreciate that. Again, participation is strongly encouraged. We're going to make decisions by consensus. And what I mean by that basically is you may not agree with what the board members decide, but you can live with it. All righty? That's what we mean by consensus. I've already mentioned how we're focusing on concepts and then minimizing distractions. Anyone who has cell phone calls, I ask anyone if you wouldn't mind turning them on silent. If you need to take that important call, if you wouldn't mind stepping out. And then last but not least, public comment. My understanding is after strategic planning today would be public comment opportunity. All righty? How does this sound to board members? Are we in agreement on this one? Is that workable? All righty. We'll go ahead and get started then. So again, our focus today is to look at goal areas, your strategic areas of focus. Your strategic plan is going to be a 5-year plan. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the objectives that came out of the interview process when I was talking to board members. And we're also going to look at some strategic areas of focus. Based on your last plan and based on the outcomes of the interview process, we have some suggestions for you that were basically put into your environmental scan document. So our process today is really, we're going to walk through your environmental scan document, which my understanding is part of your board packet. So we'll walk through that document today. We're going to look at what was the feedback that we received, what were some of the trends, what were some of the opportunities, challenges, where were you folks strong, where were your strengths? And we're going to look at that, and we're going to talk about how are we doing, what do we need to focus on, where do we need to go over the next 5 years. So we're going to use our tools today, And then also, any new objectives that need to come out of the trends document is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to ask you to keep in mind, because we only have 2 hours, we're going to spend about maybe 10, 15 minutes tops on each area. And whatever we don't get to, again, we can work with board staff offline. All righty? That's our plan. Consumer protection, as you know, is the core of everything. So we want to keep that in mind as we're going through. And then the power rests with the board, not the individual members. You are a collective group. You are a governing body. And so again, it goes back to the consensus. All right, so what I'd like to do is get us started by looking at your environmental scan document. So if you don't mind pulling out the document that looks like this, it's in your board packet. And I want to explain how we came up with the information that we came up with, all righty? So we started, first of all, with a focus group with your board staff. We met with the EO, Glenn, and the board staff, and they helped us understand some history about the board. What has happened in the past, what were some of the areas, what were your needs that were important. We talked about how do we want to gather the data. And what we did is we came up with an online survey that was out there for the external stakeholders. Also, it was promoted on the Physician Assistant Board website. It was also promoted on the CAPA website. Also, the board chair passed out flyers to physician assistants that attended the CAPA conference. So again, we are trying to reach different groups of people. We also did telephone interviews with the board members, which were extremely helpful, and I do appreciate your time in that. So if we look at page 4 in your trends document, at the bottom of page 4, we have a summary there. And what came out of the information, I'm at the bottom of page 4 in your trends document where it says summary, the 4 areas that were identified as strategic areas of focus for the next 5 years were workforce, professional qualifications and education, legislation, regulation, and policy, and then communication and outreach. The areas where you folks are very strong were the licensing, enforcement, and administration. Again, and this is based on the results of the environmental scan that we did. And if you look at page 5, we put together a chart just in terms of how board members were rating things. So that would help us in terms of our journey of what do we need to focus on for your key strategic areas of focus for your objectives. Are there any questions I can answer for anybody? Please let me know. So with this in mind, we started with your first strategic area of focus, which was workforce. This would be considered one of your goal areas if you are in agreement to that. And so what we would like to do is, Dennis is going to capture if you have any changes, if you have any additions. So the first top box there that says workforce would be considered a strategic area of focus, a goal area for you. And there's a description that falls underneath it. The table that falls under that are some objectives that actually came from board members. These were areas that they had identified as being important areas to focus on. So what I would like us to do is let's look at your trends document, starting with the bottom of page 5. What we did is we took the comments and we put them into categories, and we organized the information so that you would have this as a tool to determine what are the areas that you need to focus on. So for workforce, it starts with PA workforce issues. So if we look at the bottom of page 5, we see things as workforce shortage. That was an issue that rose to the top. Especially with the Affordable Care Act coming to the table in the next few years, that is going to be a huge impact. We also have increased workloads with reduced amount of time per patient that was identified. And then if you turn the page to page 6, anything that was identified as a major trend under the workforce area, we went ahead and we listed that there for you on page 6. So again, the workforce shortage, workload and patient safety, Affordable Care Act. There were questions that people had, and again, we included those questions because those are some pondering questions for you to think about in terms of where do we want to focus our time over the next 5 years. Healthcare system was another area, and then technology. What I would like to do is give you folks a couple of minutes to look this over. If you'd like to have some discussion around it, what are some of the areas that are jumping out to you that are important? Any thoughts or concerns? Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thank you. Appreciate that. If we need it, okay.
Basically, our kill time is about 11:45.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. All righty. So, anything surprising to anybody in terms of the results and how the areas that were identified?
Can the stakeholders also speak at any time during this process?
It's totally up to you
I
folks.
would like to allow them.
All righty.
They're
Okay.
here, and I'm sure they have some comments that
All
the
righty.
board may not be.
If it's all right with you, I can certainly make that announcement. So stakeholders that are present, if you would like to, the board chair just announced that you are welcome. If you have some comments that you would like to share, you are more than welcome to share that with us. All righty? All right. So my vision here is that we're going to use our tool, we're going to look at these areas, and then we have some suggested objectives up here. So I'd like the board members to take a look at those. And over there on the far, I guess it would be right, where it says include, if this is something that you are in agreement with, we'll take the first objective, because some of these objectives are addressing these issues that we have in your trends document. Again, these were coming from board members through the interview process. So I'm going to go ahead and read the first one, all righty? We could certainly change this. We can add more. Again, this is just a template, just a baseline to get us started. Collaborate with the accrediting body to address workforce shortage of PAs and increase the number of PAs needed for the Affordable Care Act. That was identified as a priority by many of the members, of the board members. How do you think about that one? Is that?
Well,
Yeah, please.
I agree with it, with the only caveat being that if the accrediting body doesn't work with us on that,
Yes.
then what do we do?
Okay. So, yes, please, yes.
I'd just like to make a suggestion. Maybe the objective should be broader than that, because
Okay.
collaborate may be one of the ways you can address the workforce shortage, but there may be, a broader objective to encourage, the development of ways to address workforce shortages, and then collaborate can be one of the ways that you
Yeah.
go about doing it. I forget what it's called. In strategic planning, where you have
Action planning. We can make it an action plan.
That's an action
Absolutely.
item, whereas
Absolutely.
the broader objective is to find ways to address the workforce needs through legislation, regulation, or other methods that the collaborate part or the working with.
So maybe we change that. So Dennis, you want to start capturing some language?
I don't know if the board members are in agreement with that.
Thoughts, opinions? Yes, please. Yes.
The medical board is currently, we have been tasked with
looking into who's going to accredit the off-site medical surgery centers and things like that, outpatient services. And we actually have 4 different bodies who are accreditation bodies. I understand there's just one PA accreditation process, but that's the way it is now. It may not have to be that way. And if they don't cooperate, perhaps the state of California needs to come up with an alternative, because I think in this time of this burgeoning patient population, we have to be creative. I mean, our patients deserve this, and
Sure.
PAs are a valuable resource. I think we talked about last meeting how some of us feel that requiring a master's degree program is perhaps too restrictive. And that could be up for discussion, certainly. But I think we need to I think if we open a discourse in the state of California, the way we go is the way that other people follow sometimes. So I think we should
Set the
be
standard.
very proactive and set a standard and say, look, this
Yeah.
is what we think we need. Work with us on this.
So what if we were to change that to say something where we research opportunities, or we identify opportunities to
Or encourage the utilization of.
encourage the, okay, you want to start typing some of this, Dennis? Okay.
Encourage the utilization of the
Utilization of,
skills
okay, of the skills.
of physician assistants.
So, yeah, so encourage, maybe instead of use of, utilization of, encourage utilization of
Physician assistants,
physician assistants,
skills and in the workforce,
skills of,
something like that. I mean, I don't know what the board members think about.
okay, and so then encourage utilization, and we would get rid of the skills, we just say, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Just say of PA skills.
Oh.
Yeah, of PA skills.
Oh, hey.
There we go. And again, we're going to work with board staff offline on this. We're just getting mainly, try to get concept down. Thoughts, opinions on how this is, this objective now? Is that getting a little bit closer to what some of you think would work? No? Okay, Jed?
Just trying to understand what that says. To me, it's not clear.
Yeah.
I think what Jed and I are both saying is that we see a bottleneck. The biggest bottleneck to increase the number of PAs is the accrediting process. Would you agree with that, Jed? I mean,
Okay.
I think we need to find some way to address that bottleneck, some creative way to address the bottleneck, either by working strongly with the current accrediting body or creating our own.
So collaborate with the accrediting body? Maybe we start with the research aspect to
Really is
identify?
find a way, the bottom line is find a way to eliminate the bottleneck in the accreditation process, because that appears to be the biggest hindrance to getting more PAs.
Okay.
I think people are willing to, there's 2 items, getting more PAs and perhaps broadening the scope of their practice. But I think the number 1 thing is we've got to get more PAs.
Okay. So
And tell
maybe.
me if I'm wrong, that's the way I see it at least.
Okay, so we have 2 board members. In terms of the rest of you, I'm seeing some head nods. Are you more in agreement then with the, what Dennis is just typing up here? Does that sound a little bit, and again, we can fix the words, but mainly trying to get at the key issue here for you. Is that working a little bit better for you, Dr. Bishop?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yes, go ahead, yes.
I would say something like identify and eliminate obstacles to
And you can put it under,
developing the
Sounds better.
PA workforce in
Yeah.
California.
okay, so identify and eliminate,
Obstacles to increasing the workforce. I don't think we really need skills or anything about PA skills in this.
Okay.
It's
Right.
more about
so just,
increasing the number of PAs.
all righty, with the accrediting body to address, okay. Workforce shortage of PAs, increase the number of PAs needed for Affordable Care Act.
Do we want to get rid of that or keep that part, or?
I think that's fine.
Okay? And then identify, yeah. And then, Glenn, if there's any information that you think would be helpful for the board to keep in mind, please feel free to share. The other thing I want to mention is as we go through this process, we want to set you up for success. Both Dennis and I really want to set you up for success. We want to make sure that your objectives are going to be achievable for you. with all the other workload. We want to make sure that it's manageable. This is a 5-year plan. During action planning, we will work with your board staff to put some time parameters around things, but I just want you to keep that in mind, that it is something that is achievable and manageable for you. All righty? Yes, go right ahead.
With putting highly skilled PAs in there, because I think skill does have some, I mean, we could increase the number, but they may not be great PAs, or we can, our objective could be to have the highest number of the highest skilled PAs in the state of Wisconsin. See what I'm saying?
Highly skilled?
How about in the third one, we could add something like that? Have skilled PAs in the state, or highly trained, or however you want to put that. But I think, for me anyway, the first objective really is about, addressing this bottleneck, this obstacle we have to training more PAs in California, especially in rural areas.
So this is the bottleneck objective, we could call this, all right? And then in terms of highly skilled, how would you feel, is it Rosalie? How would you feel in the last, if we were to put highly skilled, identify strategies? I'm talking about, oh, okay.
Do you want it there or the first time?
So, I'm sorry, before you get too far
Yes,
on this,
please.
I want to interject a little bit, because unfortunately, I appreciate that every individual in this room is trying to reach that highest standard, and I fully understand this, and this is an awkward conversation every time I have to raise it. But unfortunately, as a licensing body, you're focusing on minimum qualifications. Your licensing exam is determining basically what skills you have to have in order to be able to practice. So not that I want to discourage you from encouraging the licensed population to, better themselves, but we need to recognize that regulatorily, your standard is really a minimum standard. It's whatever an entry-level practitioner needs to have in order to practice. So depending on how we use it, it may or may not be appropriate, but I wanted to kind of plant that seed. It's always really difficult with board members who are always very strong practitioners, and of course we want the highest skilled practitioners, but recognizing that what your exam tests for is a minimum standard, so not necessarily the highest skill. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I just think it's tricky if then you're talking about circumventing the current accreditation, or making an accreditation of your own, or body, or, you have to make sure that you're still maintaining the level.
While maintaining the current high standard or something like that. So I agree with you. You don't want to, quantity over quality is never a good thing.
Do we want to take out highly then and just leave it at skilled?
Or like Jen said, that doesn't necessarily need to be there, but I just think at some point it needs to be noted that.
Well, you say while maintaining the quality.
While maintaining?
Yeah, while maintaining current quality.
Increase the number of PAs needed, while maintaining the minimum, what would be the language there?
Well, I think you can say you want to maintain qualified.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
physician assistant.
There we go. Great. Thank you. And I do appreciate, thank you from legal counsel. Thank you. Yes.
Maybe to make that simpler would just be to add qualified in front of PAs.
Yeah.
Number of qualified.
Qualified right here. Increase the number of qualified. It's the second, second from the bottom or at the top?
Second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom. Do you see it? Right there in the end. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Number of qualified.
And I would say you really don't need the first sentence. Just identify and eliminate obstacles.
I agree.
Okay, all right. So identify and, okay, we'll get rid of the first one there, and we'll start it with identify and eliminate obstacles to increasing the number of PAs in the workforce with the accrediting body to address workforce shortage of PAs and increase the number of qualified PAs needed for the Affordable Care Act. How does that sound?
Concept-wise.
Just concept-wise, yes. All righty, I'm seeing some, yes, please.
Is there a reason we're not saying our PA and we're only saying accrediting body? To us, we know who that is, but many others. Should we say our PA, or is there a purpose in
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we'll put the,
Just take out accrediting body and put ARC-PA.
all righty. Thank you.
And since this is an objective, do we want to add to that, possibly explore other accrediting bodies?
Sure, you could put that in here, or we could add it to, we could create a new one. Would you like to do that? He can certainly add another one in right here. Explore other accrediting
Options.
options. Does that work? Okay, great, great. So we're going to put a yes to include our first one. Are we in agreement on that?
And do we want to,
Are,
are we in agreement on the bottom one too? Since they went together?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go there. And then let's go on to the second one here. To meet the needs of the ACA, PAB will proactively collaborate with the medical board to devise regulations that define the PA role and where PAs can safely practice. Yes, please.
I just would like to open the discussion on that one a little bit because I think one of the primary needs of the APA is increasing access, which is a whole different thing than, currently we have regulations that define the role and the location or areas where PAs can practice. So I think that, I don't necessarily have an enticement sentence or language yet, but it's worth having the discussion because
So access is your concern.
well, more the fact that the regulations already exist. So,
Okay.
It's a little bit concerning when you open regs to do anything, but especially ones that are already defining the role
Okay.
of the PA.
So it sounds like there's some regulations in place already. Okay. Thoughts over here? Yes,
I
yes.
just had a question, was that really meant for like the emerging role in the expansion? Or, I'm just trying to figure out what that comment was directed to. If someone submitted that as an objective, did it have to do with emerging roles or
So we're,
changing scopes or what?
so
That's
basic,
the question I have.
okay, good. So basically what has happened is it's a number of comments that kind of come together, and then what we do is we just pull out some suggested language. Now, it may not accurately reflect what the board wants, and that's why we come here today and we say, let's take a look at this, let's use our tool, your trends document, looking at the feedback, and let's determine what we want this to say. Yes?
How about identify regulatory barriers to PA practice which may impact workforce?
So identify regulatory barriers to PA practice that may affect
Access
or
to care.
impact access to care.
For example, we recently passed legislation about supervising medical assistants. That certainly was a barrier to access.
Okay, okay, okay. Does,
Since this is a 5-year plan, things are going to be changing rapidly. I think exploring new regulations and/or potential expansion of scope of practice. I'm not sure what we'll do, but we need to explore as conditions change, because I think we're going to have to rely more on physician extenders as time goes on. That's what I see at least.
so do we want to add that in here, or do we want to change that to say
I
explore?
think you may have already addressed it. I'm just saying that's, I think we have to keep in mind, this is not just today, but this is as time goes on.
Yes, it's over the 5-year period.
I'm just addressing Christie's concern also, because I think we might have to change as time goes on.
Okay. And what we will do once we have the language down and you folks have agreed to that, then what we will do after this is approved, this document, we will work with your board staff to do an action plan. Basically, we will put time parameters, responsibility, how do we determine it's successful. So this could be something that could be worked on for the next 4 years, depending on what is determined. So I just want to let everyone know that. We'll add in more of the details there.
Does this go away then?
Unless we reword it,
Or
maybe
either.
redefine the PA role, if that's what we're talking about. But this already is redundant. That part is already redundant. We already do that very well. So I would say maybe take that out or reword it to something a little bit more specific to the future.
Okay? Comments from the other folks? I'm seeing people shake their heads. Agreement that we take that out? Yeah, go ahead.
My concern is that not all members of the medical board, perhaps, in the future, will be as receptive as others to the emerging role of physician extenders. So I think we want to be mindful of that and be mindful of the need for cooperative collaboration with the medical board proactively.
Okay.
So that legislation isn't proposed by the PA side that clearly isn't going to work and just tie things up. So I think you want to, as you go forward, be very proactive and cooperate with the California Medical Association and the medical board, and how are we going to address things in a manner that we all can live with.
All right,
Because
so
there are divergent opinions on, and a lot of people want to guard their turf. And there's also a lot of other groups trying to make inroads into what physicians do, and that's reasonable, except we want to be aware and mindful of how we do it.
so then,
It's palatable to all parties, or it just won't happen.
so it sounds like we need to leave something in about collaborating with the medical board and medical associations.
I'm just brainstorming.
Right, and how, some of the others, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
How about just put the PAB will proactively collaborate with the medical board to identify?
Okay.
Move that part to the front.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, right here, okay.
To identify regulatory barriers.
Yeah.
Cut and paste, huh?
All righty,
I don't think we need the ACA thing in there. I think you can take that out.
okay.
Back up.
So to meet the needs,
Of PAs or?
No, just take, to meet the needs completely off.
we can take that part out.
Yeah, and just put the PAB.
Yeah, PAB will proactively collaborate with the medical board to identify regulatory barriers to PA practice that may impact access to care. Does that work for,
Amen.
all righty.
You're a master,
Okay.
get it? You're a master.
This is great. This is great. Good ideas coming to the table. Good collaboration here.
Assume it's,
So-
include?
Yes? All righty. The next one is identify strategies to increase the number of PAs in the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Thoughts, opinions on this one?
You know, I'd like to see identify strategies to increase the diversity and the number.
Okay.
We're talking about rural and underserved communities.
All righty. To increase the diversity and number of PAs in the state. How do we feel about this one? Yes? All right, I'm seeing head nods. Okay. All righty. And then the last one is explore other accrediting options. We all right with that one? And then looking at your trends document, anything else that is jumping out at you for workforce? Anything else, or do you think we covered it pretty well here? This would be page 5 and page 6. All righty. We're going to move, if it's all right with you, we'll move on to the next area. All right, the next goal area. This is professional qualifications and education. We're now on page 8 in terms of your trends document, if you're using your tool there. And the first box there is really just the description. So if you want to take a few seconds and look that over, and just to kind of gain understanding of what we are talking about when we say professional qualifications and education. And then additionally, I wanted to point out that we have some strengths in this area that were identified on page 8 in your environmental scan, the PA training program. So the PA training program is extensive. the accreditation standards, provide strict requirements, diverse student populations. So again, there's some strengths here, the continuing medical education aspect. And then at the bottom, we start with some of the challenges, opportunities for you. And these are broken down by accreditation at the bottom of page 8. And then if page 9, we have the PA training, curriculum limitations. Some members provided suggestions, so we captured that for you. And then at the bottom of page 9 are the major trends regarding education. Degree creep seemed to be an area that rose to the top. So take a look at these different areas here on page 8 and 9 in terms of your opportunities. Anything jumping out or surprising you? The slide contains some objectives that came from board members in terms of suggestions. These are suggested areas.
On objectives, the audit 10%.
Yes.
That's in our regulations, so we can't change that.
Okay, so that's already being addressed, it sounds like. Is that something that we should remove then? If it's already being addressed? Oh, certainly, thank you. Thank you for doing that, appreciate that. All righty, so let's look at the first one then, all right? Identify alternatives and resources to improve the accreditation process to shorten the review time for new schools and increase the PA applicant pool, and that was identified as a priority. Thoughts, opinions on this one?
Well, it ties into workforce. I mean,
Yes.
It's very similar to the objective we had on the previous slide.
Okay.
Which essentially, to just put it in clear language, if the ARC isn't going to work with us to get this done, then we need to look at other options.
Look at other options, and I think that's what we're talking about here, right? Identifying the alternatives. Because I know that was a prevalent comment that came through during the environmental scan aspect.
For those of you who understand this process more on a national level, and I'm totally ignorant, are we the only PA board that is concerned about this emerging issue, or are other PA boards in other states and other places saying, boy, this is a problem? Is the ARC/PA kind of becoming a rogue state, or I don't understand the whole process, why they're doing it. I mean, I kind of understand why they're doing it, but is it just us that's fussing about this, or are other people saying, this is concerning, we're not able to even keep the programs we have, let alone open new ones? I just don't know how serious the problem is. That's a little bit off topic, and I apologize, you know.
Yeah, it's a workforce issue primarily, and in addition to being a workforce issue, the master's degree requirement changes the applicant pool, which is what I think this is about.
Right.
If you look at, for example, the program where I work, a large portion of our applicant pool comes from the rural area, and if you are now requiring a master's degree, requires them to have a bachelor's degree or meet other requirements to get into the program, which a lot of these people who may have been a medical assistant or a paramedic or something for several years and have this medical background that would be really helpful for them, now are limited in where they can go and what they can do. And so I think the idea was to maintain this diverse applicant pool that has a lot of experience versus someone who maybe has had different educational opportunities but less experience.
I just think that it would be wonderful if the state of California and our board could be leaders in this area. I mean, we have...
Set the standard.
If we can somehow be the standard bearers and somehow put any sort of legislative pressure, some sort of pressure on the accrediting body to say, look, this isn't the way to do it. Perhaps we can, as an alternative, perhaps we can have a master's level for those individuals who want to do additional residency/resident training in a specific area of the PA domain. But we need the basic providers
We need people who can do the basic things for the basic problems. And most people have fairly simple problems to be solved.
And I think that's why they went with identify alternatives, because again,
Yeah.
it's about let's look and see what we can do. Yes, go. I saw a hand over here at the corner of my eye. Yes.
I think that we've already taken the lead on this because California's one, maybe the only state that allows you guys to go ahead and accredit them. That language is already in your regulations. And then the military people that have come back from medics, they
Right.
might have
Or
a high
medic.
school or an AA, and they would be perfect PAs. So they're being limited with this new requirement. But I think
So-
California is already a leader because that language still exists in the regs.
I see. Okay. All right.
Just a little bit of
Yeah.
historical. The ARC 3-4 years ago came out with this new document. They had a lot of hearings, and nationwide there was an objection to the wording that the institution had to be capable of awarding a master's degree. And by putting that specific language in, they knew that they were essentially eliminating the 2-year program.
I see.
And there was a lot of objection to it, but somehow in the back room it managed to pass. And they are systematically eliminating the 2-year programs at this time by putting them on probation. And when we talk about increasing access to care and increasing the PA workforce, instead of opening new programs in California, we're closing programs, which is doing the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And I understand the concept of the master's degree, and I fully support PAs having master's degrees, but I also think it's not unreasonable to do the same thing the registered nurses did, which was they have a lot of community college programs, they get them educated, they get licensed, they're competent practitioners, and then while they're working, they go on and they get their bachelor's,
Yes.
and they go on and they get their master's. And I think that would be an alternative track under this new process that we're experiencing.
So I hear some really good ideas coming out of this discussion. So it sounds like, do we want to kind of keep this generic so that way then in terms of what you folks can determine which way you would like to go with this? Do some research. I'm seeing some head nods. So would we like to keep this particular objective then in place? And again, we can still play with the words with the board staff if you are in agreement. So do we want to put a yes here for, okay? All right, we're going to, yes, go ahead, please.
I think you could probably take off and increase the PA applicant pool because that was addressed.
Yes, let's go ahead.
In the previous,
All right, thank you, Dr. Alexander. So we'll go ahead and put a yes on that one. And then I know legal counsel was looking up the second one.
So the audit is in the regulation, the 10% is not.
Okay.
So the benchmark isn't there.
Okay, so the benchmark is not there. So it sounds like it's already addressed then? Yes.
Do we want to be at all specific about attempting to prevent closure of existing programs?
Oh,
Or is
for
that-
the first one.
Or is that too much? Is that too
That's a
defined?
great question for the board members. How do you feel about that?
I think that's quite appropriate. I
Yeah.
think we probably should put something in about
Okay.
closure of programs.
Okay.
I think you could say to maintain existing programs and shorten the review time for new schools.
So to maintain,
If I could.
Yes,
rather-
please.
Rather than chime in about, basically, because I don't want the board to commit to whatever existing schools are, but maybe to maintain the opportunities that
Okay.
exist. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it could be a different school,
I
but
see.
by your
That's
action, you're
reasonable,
not
yeah.
saying that
This
school
school's-
has to stay.
Yeah, right.
so
Okay,
maintain
thank you.
opportunities, does that work right there? So to improve the accreditation process, to maintain opportunities and shorten the review time for new schools?
You know, I would argue to create a separate objective because
Okay.
there's about 2 or 3 things operating in this one.
So let's
and
make
make
it,
it stronger.
All righty.
To have it stand alone.
so we'll go ahead and identify alternatives and resources to improve the Okay, I'm going to let him do his magic over here.
So we originally had, that's what we originally had, and then we can put that one to, like something like that, or is that what you were thinking, or no?
Maintain opportunity sounds vague, so can we strengthen that?
Maintain educational opportunities.
Educational opportunities,
Existing training options. maybe.
existing training options,
You could do
training.
that work.
So identify alternatives and resources to improve the accreditation process to maintain existing training and/or education opportunities.
Yeah, I would say strengthen and maintain, or maintain and strengthen.
Okay, to strengthen and maintain, or maintain and strengthen. To strengthen and maintain.
How about instead of existing, would the volume be okay?
The volume
Would
of,
that be okay, Mr. Grant?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, we still want to grandfather existing and then not allow for additional programs to come through that are new.
Well, that's what the
So-
first one is for, right? The first one's talking about new programs. And this one's talking about maintaining existing programs, right? The idea is we get more programs up and we don't close what we have. And so,
But, so my concern with saying don't close what you have implies that you've done some qualitative review of what exists. And I
You
wouldn't
don't
want
know.
you to have that as your objective. What you're really focused on is keeping the number of slots available, right? So that we
The
don't
volume.
end up,
Yeah.
it's a volume issue.
the volume. Maintain,
Could you actually just take that? Like
could
that?
you leave it
Could
without
you say-
that word? Would that work for the board members?
I'm concerned about volume, because what if you increase the number at new schools but take off the old schools? So can we put something that strengthens, because you can increase volume, but you might close programs.
Right. Can you say something to address the need, or?
But, I mean,
But I
in a
understand what you're
5-year
saying.
period, that might not be a bad thing.
Yeah, would that necessarily?
You don't know the quality of all the schools.
Right, right. And again, we can work offline with board staff to kind of get better language for you. With,
Right. I mean, I think everyone has really pointed, so again, what Jed said was not to close existing programs, but also maybe in the wording from legal.
Yes.
To not grandfather in something, but to also leave room for growth.
for growth. So maybe what we can do is, if we can't come up with something today, we could just put in parens, you want to put in parens at the bottom there, not to close current schools, but allow room for growth, just so that way we know when we work with board staff.
Well, I wouldn't want
Yes.
to put in not to close current schools. I mean, I think to Laura's point is there hasn't been a qualitative review and assessment of each
Yeah.
of the programs, but we want to make sure that, that the programs have the opportunity to
Yeah.
have, students
Current standards,
attend,
right.
but the board isn't taking a position on whether they're good or bad or whatever, or need to be grandfathered. They're just saying that they want to maintain those opportunities for people to actually enter the profession through different schools.
So can we,
So, variety maybe, or is it maybe the
Main-
allow different opportunities in
the word volume isn't working for
So
some.
just, take volume out
Okay.
maybe.
Maintain variety of training opportunities?
That's what I was thinking.
How,
So there's a
board
variety
members?
of ways for
Yeah.
people to enter the profession
Yeah,
through different
yeah.
educational
Well,
programs.
Keeps it more generic,
But
sure.
we do care about the volume, so I wonder if under parentheses, not to lose or not to decrease current number of educational slots, or for a better sake of term, and to allow for additional growth, or to increase number. We don't want to lose what we have. So we're at risk right now of losing
Yes.
a significant number of what we already have. We don't want to do
Yes.
that.
however we do it's fine, but we just don't want to lose it.
Yes, and in the back, I see a hand, so yes.
I was just going to suggest just leaving maintain training and/or education opportunities and get rid of the qualifier. Get rid of variety and get rid of the paren. And I think that solves your problem.
So just say maintain.
Training and/or education opportunities.
Well, what does the board think about that? I mean,
Yeah, again, it's up to the board members. I appreciate the feedback, I really do. So again, these comments, this is part of the discussion. And then board members, please weigh in on your thoughts.
I guess my only thought was, I think what we're trying to do is, at this point, you said you don't want to really do word craft.
Exactly.
So I think what we really want to do is just put it out there in some fashion.
Yes.
That we don't want to lose the educational opportunities, and you want to increase them. So just pure and simple, and then we
Yes.
can word craft it however you want. But I think right now
Yeah.
we're getting bogged down in the wording.
And
I think we
that's-
all agree on the content.
Yes,
I don't want to get
exactly.
bogged down to lose focus.
And so that's why we put stuff in parens when we're doing this exercise, just so that we don't forget. And when we meet with board staff, we can kind of resurrect
Right, exactly.
what the content
And the
was.
legal can weigh in at
Okay,
that point
and
in
I,
time
it's,
how we can craft it, but I think right now
Yes.
we're kind of getting bogged into wordage. It's not helping us, because we all agree on the concept.
Can you just put and/or increase educational opportunities?
okay, well, and/or educate,
Maintain variety of training and/or increase educational opportunities.
and/or increase educational opportunities. So just put the word
I wouldn't
increase.
say or, I said and increase.
And-
Just leave the or out.
Get or out of there.
And
Okay.
increase educational opportunities.
All righty. Okay, so it sounds like we got a great concept going. Yes, over here.
I
Yes.
just wanted to make one comment, and I'm not sure it even has to do with the language use, but one of the things that and I'm hoping that this is reflected as a stakeholder is the importance of the TA profession in the underserved areas, because we were
Yes.
talking about volume. There's a great deal of volume in certain areas of the state and almost none in others. And the three programs that we're talking about, in particular with the two-year program, are the programs that tend to recruit and replace or replenish in the underserved areas. So
And that came out in the trends, actually, the document, in terms of underserved in rural areas. And so again, that was part of what was identified as a need. So how does the board feel about that in terms of maybe, again, and we can work with board staff offline, but do you want the word underserved possibly in one of your objectives? The underserved areas? How would we feel about something of that nature?
And increase educational opportunities. If we need to put increase educational opportunities.
So increase educational opportunities. Do we want to add in rural and underserved areas? Does that work?
You want to just do in underserved areas?
Underserved?
Rural and
Right, because they could be underserved anywhere.
Yeah, right, right. So,
So that, or do you want rural?
do,
I think that's
is that, all right, so we're going to put a yes on this one, because obviously this is a very important one to you folks. Let's go back up. This one, are we in agreement to delete this one, since it's currently in the regulations, or, yes?
The 10% is not.
The 10% is not. Okay, so that,
I just wanted to ask the staff, is 10% is that a reasonable number? Do you feel like that creates an unreasonable workload? Do you?
No, we'll have to work with the Breeze system to implement a kind of a tracking or auditing method where we go in and randomly select people for audits, but 10%.
Because if my math is right, there's 9,000 PAs who get relicensed every 2 years. That means that's 450 people a year you're going to be auditing. That seems like a lot of people to me.
Well, it depends on, I guess I would look at the workload as, if they're in compliance, it's not an issue. It'd be the ones that aren't in compliance that you'd have to do something with them. So I don't.
Right, so of that 450 people, I'm just seeing that, 10%, that could be a big workload. And so I'm thinking maybe a smaller percentage would be better.
maybe 5%?
And I don't know what the medical board, with their
I don't know how many they do
percentage
either.
they audit, but
One suggestion from the chair was, what if you took the 10% out, you didn't put a number? But then it's already being done in the regs, so that,
But does it
yeah.
need to be changed? That gives you latitude at whatever you think you reasonably can do, and you're not forced to do more than you can handle.
Up to 10%.
Up to 10%? Does that work?
A range, 5 to 10%.
Yeah, range of 5 to 10%?
Up to.
Up
because
to?
if you're
All righty.
Inundated or your staff
Let's-
changes.
Okay.
At the first 2%, nobody did it, then you're going to be buried.
Right,
so.
exactly.
How many do you do now?
How do we feel about this now?
I like that better.
Okay, all righty. Do we want to put a yes here to include it? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So we need to start doing that.
Are you folks okay? Glenn, is that work? All right. All righty. Well,
Maybe put parentheses, see what medical board is doing.
okay, yeah, we, yeah, as a,
Whatever.
okay, so let's put that, and that way then
Or
that
other
gives the board
agencies,
staff something to look at for a comparison. All right, thank you. Good suggestions. All righty, we'll move down to the next one, which is strengthen PA curriculum and training programs with ethics coursework dispersed throughout the education program to drive the message of professional responsibility and moral code of conduct that accompanies the license. Thoughts, opinions on this one?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wondered how that's going to happen. What does that look like?
That was my question too, and do we want to really be dictating what the curriculum should be in these programs? I think that's the job of the accrediting body, and we've
Okay.
already addressed that we're going to try and work with the accrediting body, but, I think outreach would be a good thing, but I think the way this is worded could be problematic for the programs, and then how do you enforce that?
Yes.
And it generates a whole nother problem for the board.
And I'd like, don't we have some standards of training programs that are in our regulations?
If they are approved, in other words, they're there kind of as a backup if the accreditation isn't in effect. Right now, the accreditation is approved and that's in effect, but the other standards for programs are there should the board decide not to follow the accreditation.
So other thoughts in terms of this particular, should we delete this? Do we want to revise it, the wording?
Should this speak more to continuing education than curriculum and training? I mean, we as a board, for example, have to do this ethics training
I think that-
periodically. I mean, should that be a part of this? or-
My feeling on this, is that a lot of the new grads and new licensees, we're seeing a lot of DUIs and behavioral issues. And so I think the idea to get the schools to talk about this before they graduate is a good idea.
And I think we have something in outreach too along those lines. I was going to go look, yeah.
So I guess the real question is, where do we think this should take place? During the training program, or during licensure, or during maintenance of licensure? I guess that's kind of what we're getting at now, is that, where, we all agree, but where to put it?
I don't think it should be at all of them. I mean, I think we're having definite problems with
So do we require the programs to give some sort of instruction on, what's considered ethically responsible in their, personal and professional life in regards to their license and profession? Is that what we're saying? To me, as someone who works in a program, I'm going to be asking myself, well, okay, what curriculum is it that you want me to present? What's the objective I'm trying to meet, and how am I going to do that? And is the board going to spell that out, or is it simply that we're going to say you have to have something in there about what professional responsibility and moral conduct means?
So some good questions being raised, some other thoughts, and I see a hand over here.
Well, and Jed's very generous because he says as a program he'll be considering. There's 8 other programs that may say, I'm too busy, I'm not
Yes.
considering. You have no regulatory, you can't tell them what to do.
Yes.
So,
I will tell you from the
Yes.
medical school standpoint, we do have an ethics curriculum, and it's been a standing curriculum for several years. So I think that we should, consider something in terms of ethics as it relates to PAs.
And I can tell you that we do have as a suggested objective under outreach, communication and outreach, educate applicants close to graduating on the professional responsibilities and moral conduct that accompany the license. So we do have something of that nature. So I wanted to bring that information to you. So whether or not that's going to address, and maybe that'll take care of this piece right here. So is this something that we want to delete? Do we want to revise this?
Or do you want to move it to outreach when we get to outreach?
Yeah, and then we could do the comparison.
I'm just not sure if we can address this as a board for all, all schools.
Right.
The way it's written right here. So I'm not sure if is it in the right place or.
Can we do that? Can we tell the various programs that they have to have some sort of ethics coursework?
Not if they're approved
By the
by
ARC.
the accrediting agency.
So it's one or the other?
Well, under existing law. So there's always the option if you think something is really significant, I think we touched on it a little bit earlier, some agencies have authority to have like an independent laws and ethics exam. And so you could, if this is important enough to the board, it could seek legislation to modify its authority to require in addition to the national exam, you could seek a California exam if you think that's not covered or there's value to that. But, that has some very practical, expensive implications as well, in addition to getting the legislation through. But you're in strategic planning, so this is the time
Yes.
to have that conversation.
Good conversation.
Is that something that the accrediting body, that we can move to the accrediting body? Whoever the accrediting body is, can they implement or require a
So
small
authority,
ethics
delegate authority.
curriculum?
Thoughts on that one?
The only risk in trying to move it to somebody and requiring something is if they don't require it, and so the students don't get it from the schools, and then they want to come to California and say, you can't get a license here because you didn't get it. We actually limit the number of people who
Yeah,
might get
that
it.
would
So we wanna be very
affect your
careful.
shortage,
We
right?
want to be very careful to craft what we require because
Since it's in the very preliminary discussion of it, could you perhaps do an objective about exploring your options?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
regards to
Right,
an
yeah.
exam?
So why
and
don't
what
we-
are the repercussions?
Yeah, that's a great one. So why don't we, how does that sound? If we change this to say, explore options for ethics coursework, dispersed throughout the education program to drive the message of professional responsibility, more code of conduct that accompanies the license. Does that sound better?
Right, yes.
All righty, Lisa, thank you. Takes a community, doesn't it? Do we want to include this? Do we want a yes? All righty, we'll put a yes there. All right, so then looking back at your trends document, are there any others that you would like us to add? We have 4 objectives for professional qualifications and education. So typically 3 to 5 objectives is a good number on a strategic plan, okay, for each area. So, but I don't want to leave anything else that is important to you. So take one last look at your page 8 and 9, see if there's anything else we might have missed that would be important to capture. Okay. Yeah. We ready to move on to the next area then? Okay, I'm seeing some head nods. All right, let's go on to legislation, regulation, and policy. And again, the top there is the strategic area of focus, the goal area with some description around it. And then these are some suggested objectives. These were comments that we kind of formulated into objectives. But let's take a look at what were some of the feedback, the comments in your trends document. And I'm on page 11. page 11, and then also on page 12. So if we start at the top, we have some strengths here. PAB has become more active in addressing legislation. There was initiated a legislative policy subcommittee, which I heard really positive comments about. Does a good job looking at current regulations, listening to consumers, collaborating with legal counsel, and I'm seeing that today, thank you, to address pending legislation. And then the laws and regulations in place, good laws in place. The Practice Act has clear language. At the bottom of page 11, we go into some of the challenges, or I like to call opportunities, that we can look at. One of them is more legislation involvement. And then on page 12, scope of practice was an area that was discussed. And my understanding is that any changes to scope and practice has to go through the medical board. Okay. And then there was a bill that initiated that recognizes PAs as a primary care provider. And so the last comment addresses that in terms of having authority to sign disability forms. So if we take a look at some of the objectives which address some of these comments here, the first one is develop a PAB tracking system for policy and workforce issues to record the status and capture institutional memory. How do we feel about that particular objective? Yes?
I'm going to be the first, maybe the only to express it. I don't know what you mean. What does that mean?
So basically, some of the comments that were coming out had to do with, in terms of this board, luckily has longevity with board staff and also with board members. And then in terms of people coming up for retirement, they don't want to lose some of that knowledge, that institutional knowledge. And then just in terms of a tool, being able to track certain policies and workforce issues so that things are not being revisited at board meetings. Because again, when you have new members come on board, you have to provide some history. So that's what that's referencing. Sure, yes?
I'm too a new person, and I wondered what you meant by record the status of what? What status are we recording?
So it would be the status of the issue so that people aren't asking the same questions over and over. So some of the comments that came out is that had to do with being able to have a tool that people could look at so that they knew what is the status of this particular issue. Could be a policy, it could be something that the board's working, it could be regulation, it could be something that the board is addressing and they've had previous discussions at previous meetings. And so basically just something that serves as a tool. Now it doesn't have to be this language by any means. Again, it's up to the board members to determine what the primary needs are and where to focus your time over the next 5 years. All righty? And then Glenn, I know because if you have some suggestions or any history in terms of how things are tracked that you could share with the board, that might be helpful as well. So is this something that you believe is a priority or possibly something that we can delete? Maybe revise? I'm seeing some hands go up. Yes?
I'm just wondering, what does that system look like for that?
So that would have to be something that, again, in action plan, we'd probably work with board staff to kind of define what that would look like. Is it a log? Is it an access database? In terms of how would that be captured? If this is something that's deemed as an important priority for the board to focus on. So right now, we're just kind of trying to see if it's something that we need to put as an objective. Jed, you had your hand up.
Well, I'm just wondering how long those things stay on there. I understand the idea. You don't want to recreate work that's already been done.
Right.
We had an example of that today. We talked about the NCCPA exam.
Okay.
And that's been done, and we don't want to redo the work. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I think it's helpful to make sure there's a fresh perspective on it. So
Sure.
I think, I think like Dr. Bishop said, the way this is written is kind of confusing to me.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
So do we want to maybe, let's revise it then. If it's something that's important to you, that you'd like to have something in place that you could use as a tool to fall back on, what would that look like? What would that objective look like to you?
Or do you just want to delete it?
We can delete it completely. Absolutely.
If it's already happening in some way, shape, or form, that works too.
But is it, I mean, I guess I worry a little bit, like, when Robert decides at some point that he wants to retire, what, 30 years you've been on the board?
He's
Has a
really
lot
our
of
tool.
historical-
We'll just keep you in a cage back there.
And then the same with Laura, she's been here, now she's gonna be leaving, there's a lot of historical information that is also lost. So how do we ensure, as there's this turnover, an issue also was the personal presence stuff. I mean, that has, been 10, 15 years that it comes, talked about, and nothing happens, and talked about. If it's all new board members, and no one really knows what's been visited, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of wasted time and energy.
Pay me a big consultation to
We'll do
Can that
that
be an
today.
objective?
You're right.
Could you make it more generic and say, develop a system to capture institutional memory?
Yeah, how's that? Let's do that then. Okay. We'll just get rid of all that in between. How's that?
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yes.
Right. And then it's up to board staff in terms of action planning to kind of come up with what those tools would be. All righty? All right, we're going to say yes on this one then?
Yes.
All righty. We'll move to the next one. Review and update regulations to make them more clear and concise. How do we feel about that one?
I might be the only one that thinks it, but I think they're pretty clear and concise.
Okay.
When I read the PA Practice Act, it's not hard for me to understand, and I'm certainly not an attorney.
All righty. How about some other thoughts? Yes?
Well, I think it's always important to keep your regulations updated and make
Okay.
it a priority, because what I've seen over time is some of the regulations get really stale.
Mhm.
The staff go to enforce something, but the regulation hasn't caught up with
It's
the
not
practice
matching.
or the
Yeah.
enforcement program, and then, like, the disciplinary guidelines need to be, in my opinion, updated, I would say every 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
Could you
To
put
really
as
stay on
needed?
top of changes in laws and things like that. So,
Okay.
to me, keep it updated is definitely.
That's something that should be on the parameter then. How about as needed?
Get rid of the more clear and concise, huh?
Let's get rid of that because again, it's board members believe that they are clear. So we can say review and update regulations as needed. Does that work? Yes? Okay. All righty. So we'll say yes on that one. Next one, identify legislation that will broaden the PA scope of practice, maximize the PA's potential in healthcare delivery to address workforce shortage and increase patient load. So how do we feel about this one? Yes?
I would change the word load to access.
Access? How do we feel about that, board members? Yes? Okay. Other comments, thoughts? Yes.
The word identify,
Okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So let's change that word. Create, generate, explore. You like the word explore?
Well, I took it as it wasn't that we were doing the legislation, we were just making sure that we were
Aware of it?
aware of
Yes.
legislation that's out there. that
Okay.
would
And
be
then,
affecting it.
what my question for you is what was your goal with identifying or exploring? Analyze its impact
Do you
or
want to explore the need?
participate in the legislative process or what? I mean,
So part of, I know the comments that came out was that the board may need to be more active with legislators to educate them about the PA's role.
So become actively involved with.
Do you want to put those? Yeah, again, it's about where you see your role and, yes.
I really think that the PA board should take a more active role, more proactive role with legislators. Perhaps, someone said perhaps identify a champion or champions within the legislative body. As we go forward, as time changes, as roles of all healthcare providers change and modify, we should be proactively involved in that so the PA's role is maximized. I mean, we want to use the skills. If we're considering making advanced practitioner PAs now, well, they may need to have more options, practice options. They may be doing more as we bring people up to different levels of degrees. I'm not trying to just brainstorming here, but
yeah,
I do think we need to be proactive. I think the clear thing is we should be proactive rather than reactive. At least that's my feeling.
What are some thoughts from other board members on that? In terms of
tweak up the wording a little based on what Dr. Richard said.
Well, let them have a say. I may be out of line.
I know. I'm trying to highlight it so I can make the
we like to capture things and then have discussion so people can see it.
Well,
sure.
I like the identify legislation, well, to maximize, put maximize where broaden is and take out the other maximize.
So to maximize instead of broaden.
The PA's scope of practice and the PA's potential in healthcare delivery.
Identify, so I'll read it as it is now. Identify legislation champions to maximize the PA's scope of practice, the PA's and the PA's potential in healthcare delivery to address workforce shortage and increase patient access.
I think identifying the champion might be an action item, like it would be in one
Bring
of your
it to the-
options to get to your goal of that. So
Maybe-
you need something broader there.
So that's where we had explore, but then as Elisa said, we could, as an action item, we could
Find a
work,
champion.
yeah, and we could put that in parens so we don't forget it.
So explore options then.
Yeah, how about explore options? Explore options to maximize.
Well, that's an action item.
Oh, I'm sorry, go right ahead, yes.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. At the Professional Association in the state, we do that, and we've identified champions and we work with the legislators.
Right.
I see that there could be a potential conflict.
Okay.
If PA be in scope of practice, and its primary goal is consumer protection.
Yes.
Sometimes
Yes.
when we're looking to advance scope, it's often the argument is around consumer protection. So the Professional Association, we do that all the time.
So this is your role this is one of your primary roles is what I'm hearing you say. Is,
And
yeah, okay.
not that, not that there shouldn't be some legislative piece to the PAB, just that the scope of practice one is probably a really sticky situation.
Okay, so very good point. Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that all the healing arts boards I've ever worked with are actively involved in legislation.
They are, okay.
For the profession for consumer protection, and that's their job, is their overarching concern is consumer protection, which
Yes.
is why they are actively involved in legislation and taking positions on bills,
Sure.
seeking legislative authors to sponsor legislation. So this is not beyond the scope of this board's
Okay.
mandate. So
Okay.
I want to make sure that the board is aware of that.
So they have that information. Yes, yes.
Just to kind of piggyback on that, this board is unique from the standpoint of it is one of the only boards I've ever worked with that actually has statutory authority to encourage the use of physician assistants. Most of the professions and of the agencies within DCA do not have that specific authority, and that is unique.
So here's a question. Would it be helpful to put the word consumer protection in this objective or not?
No, I think
Okay, I'm just going back to your comment. Okay. Okay. Yes.
In terms of maybe get rid of scope practice, you could say, because a lot of utilization in the workforce is in regulatory change, is in those areas. And maybe not get rid of scope practice. I don't know, I'm just saying that in our experience, that could be a potential conflict.
Okay. All right. Thoughts from board members?
Well, anytime you make
Yeah.
any changes, there's potential conflict. I think
if this is the level at which you want to explore
Okay.
how any changes in practice might present a conflict. I mean, we're the body that is statutorily told we have to do that. So
Right,
I
right.
think this is the area where it's not a conflict of interest, it's what we do.
Okay, all right, so
We wanna-
sounds like it's something that's very important to members. How do we feel about the wording now? Explore legislative options to maximize the PA's scope of practice and the PA's potential in healthcare delivery to address workforce shortage and increased patient access. Do we like that? I'm seeing some head nods. So it sounds like we want to include this? Yes? All righty. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one then. Strengthen board member knowledge of legislation, regulations to help new board members gain understanding through on-site training beyond the DCA board member orientation training. Okay, I know this was an important one. How do we like the wording on this one? Do we need to make any changes here? Sounds like we're in agreement. Okay, all righty. So we have 4 objectives under this particular area. Is that workable for you? All righty. So let's go ahead and move on to the next area then.
So we have about,
How are we doing time-wise?
probably should step it up a bit.
Okay.
We have about an hour or so for the next 4.
Okay, so it's 10:30 right now. So we're,
It's just to let you know.
and we're getting a little bit more time from the chair, he said, so we're
No,
good.
that includes the extra.
Oh, that does include, okay, thank you. He's our timekeeper, he's keeping us on track. Thank you, Dennis. All righty, we're going to go on to communication and outreach. So,
And I should point out, this
Yeah.
has 2 different slides, so we actually have 3 here and 3 there.
this was an area that was identified as needing some attention, and so that's why we have more than 3 or 4 objectives. Well, again, they're suggested areas to focus on for the board. Okay, so outreach was an area. So let's look in terms of your trends document. If we can go to page 14, and starts there. Page 14, 15, and I think we go over to page 16. So we did have some information in this particular area. We had several areas that were identified. We'll start with your strengths on page 14. Student college outreach, the board chair, executive officer, very knowledgeable about board functions and well qualified to speak at schools. I know that you folks were doing that. Very good response with the high school students from the chair. Relationship with the schools and associations is very good. The website has helpful information. It was redesigned and has helpful information. It's more user-friendly. Consumers can submit complaints through the website. There was a publication that received numerous positive comments. What is a PA that is out there and accessible? Brochure. And it's in English and Spanish. And then consumer protection. Again, stakeholders are informed quickly of any kind of consumer protection issues. So the board does a nice job at that. If we look on page 815, we'll get into the challenges I like to call opportunities. So again, increasing consumer legislators' awareness. Increasing turnout at the physician assistant board meetings. Disciplinary prevention outreach. And then the Practice Act. Some more outreach to help physician assistants understand some of the subtleties of the act. Sometimes PAs, they're overwhelmed with their responsibilities and they may not have time, may not be aware of all the rules. And then on to page 16, we have some information about, again, educating the legislators, guiding them, and then also with the students and the graduates. So some of the objectives that we see up here are coming from these particular areas. So we'll start with our first one, identify resources that would allow PAB to educate and conduct more outreach activities. Thoughts, opinions about the first suggested objective?
Having more resources is always good,
All right.
never a bad thing.
Other board members, are you in agreement that this is an area that you'd like to see in the strategic plan? All right. Can we go ahead and put a yes on this one then? Okay. Yes, please.
On the educate, to educate, are we focusing on consumers? Are we focusing on licensees? Who are, for the outreach, are we doing both?
Did you want to leave it generic in terms of, in your trends document, you identified on page 15 different groups that you would target for, well, they were suggested groups for outreach. Did you want to leave your objective kind of generic, and then during the action planning session, we could come up with some different strategies for your different target groups that are listed on page 15? Does that sound like a plan? Yes? Okay, alrighty. All right, so the next one is educate consumers on the role of the PA. Part of the feedback that I heard was that many times patients and consumers, they think that a physician assistant is a doctor. So there is some confusion there. And so there was some strong information that supported educating consumers about the physician assistant role. What are your thoughts on that piece?
Isn't that a part of the first one?
And it very well could be. This one kind of breaks it out a little separately. So we can certainly delete it if it's going to be addressed in our first one. You think so?
Talking about getting the resources to do it. There could be a second one that subsumes number 2 and others. I mean, just educate stakeholders or
Okay.
whatever.
So we
First
could.
one just gets the resource, second one actually does it.
M-
At least that's what I'm reading, I could be wrong.
Yeah, and during the action planning session with board staff, we will outline what those specific action plans, action
What
steps will
groups we
be.
want to educate.
Exactly. So is it something that we can delete, or is it something that you feel strongly you want to keep? And we could, what are some thoughts from other board members?
I mean, I don't mind keeping it because you're identifying resources first, and then you're educating
Okay.
the consumer and others.
Should we add in other target groups, or?
Or if we made a part, that first one, we can put identify groups in action planning, and then that would kind of encompass?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they said they're kind of different. One is identifying
One's
resources.
identifying resources, the next
like
is
getting money
educating.
and people
Yes,
and bodies
yes.
and computer time. The other one is actually doing the education process.
So maybe the next one should be that down there, bring it down to as well, because that's where we would identify all the different groups. And then we could list them out. Does that work for you, if we were to do it that way? I'm seeing some head nods. Okay, so we'll make sure to do that. All righty. Are we in agreement on yes on this one?
Yes.
All righty. So yes there. The next one is develop stronger relationships with legislators and decision makers, national, state, to educate and guide them on issues impacting the PA profession so they understand priority issues to address. Thoughts on this one?
This almost sounds like what we did earlier, but better worded, doesn't it? That one on law, legislation and regulation.
And I guess because it has to do with outreach and communication, and it's about stronger relationships here. That's, yeah. Is this something that you see the board focusing on? Yes, please.
Why the national scope, national/state?
I think it was just to say at a national level and at a state level, because there's some associations, obviously, that are national, so they wanted to make sure they had that on their radar. Okay. Is this something we'd like to keep?
I think it's kind of akin to the medical board. Well, now medical boards are the Federation of State Medical Boards now, which is more of an omnibus organization where all the medical boards are getting together. Maybe we should get together with the PA board and see what they're up to in some informal fashion. At least, or ask how you tackle this. What's your response to the master's degree program?
Yeah. Kind of identify
Just
best
so-
practices. Yeah. Yes.
Just a question that may
Yes.
assist board members. Glenn, do you know, I seem to recall that not all states have PA licensure, is that correct?
That's correct. Not all states have separate PA licensing organizations. Some are part of the medical board, others
Oh, I see.
have
Okay.
units that will handle that. So not every state has.
So it depends on the state then. Okay, good
So
information.
It may be a subset of medical boards.
Okay. So is this something you'd like to keep on your radar, or do? Can I get an agreement if you think we could change words? You know.
Is it, I don't know, confusing me, are we to educate and guide them, is them the PAB?
So it would be the legislators and decision makers.
Okay.
Yeah, but we could certainly make that clear, absolutely. It's making sure that the decision makers are aware of what's important, what's impacting the physician assistants, so that you folks get the support you need. Does that work now? Do we want to say yes on this one? I'm saying yes.
Question mark.
Yes, a question mark.
Question mark.
And you know,
You want to take a vote?
You know, it's almost like this could be one of the action items under the other
yes.
legislative ones.
So why don't we do that? Are we in agreement if we were to put it as an action item under the first, well, I'm sorry, the second one?
Under the legislative.
So this would go, why don't we say action item under the legislative area? Yeah, exactly. Does that work for everyone? Good, great idea. I like that. All righty. Okay, we will do that then. All right, we're moving on to the next page. Educate licensees about the PA Practice Act, the responsibilities, requirements, and subtleties of the Act. Is this one you would like to keep? I'm seeing head nods. All right, we'll go ahead and put a yes here then, if I have agreement here. Yes.
I thought we already did that. Is that?
Well, this one is particular to the Practice Act because evidently and part of the comments that were in the environmental scan is that many PAs don't have time to really become familiar. They're overwhelmed with all their responsibilities. And even their managers and supervisors may not even be aware. And so it was about just kind of looking at ways to educate them about some of the subtleties and requirements of the Act. And we could identify some of those in action planning. That was just some of the comments. Yes?
How about if you, as a physician too, many physicians, I think, are clueless, I think I brought up.
Oh, yeah.
Educate licensees / supervising physicians.
All righty, great idea. Yeah, how do we feel about that one? So again, we're trying to cover our audience, our groups that need to have that education.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, are we in agreement on that one? I'm seeing a lot of head nods. All right, a yes on that one. Identify the next one. Identify ways to increase consumer and licensee usage of the PAB website. And I know that was a comment I heard today, as a matter of fact, in terms of the website has some really great, helpful information out there. Yes?
I think we'll see more usage when we have online applications and online reviews.
Oh, yes.
Because people will go there to do one purpose, but then perhaps see something, new regulation change or something. So I think that will increase.
It'll increase this. So that'll be one that would be, if you decided to keep this one, Glenn, for board members, that would be one that you would definitely achieve because they're going out there in terms of licensing. So that's going to be one that would automatically then increase the usage there. Yes?
This is meant to be somewhat humorous, but also you might think about it. Before you can get to the part where you renew your license, you have to do like a 5-minute infotainment thing. Like you try to go to a YouTube video and they make this little commercial.
Oh, so for the breeze?
You go to the website when you try to
Yeah.
renew license, it goes, welcome to the website. You want to have a 5-minute info before you go to that.
You have to answer 10 questions.
So so from a strategic standpoint, would you like to keep this one up here? It sounds like it is one that would definitely be achieved. All righty. We'll say yes on that one then. All right, the next one is educate applicants close to graduating on the professional responsibilities and moral conduct, code of conduct that accompany the license. How do we feel about this one?
So this takes us back to our ethics, is that right?
Yes, and this has to do, this is targeting specifically those that are graduating. So that way,
Did you want to put ethics in here, though, the professional?
we could say ethics, however you would like the wording to be.
Ethics and moral code kind of synonymous? I don't know.
These were some of the concerns that were mentioned.
I think they're a little bit different.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of ethics in specifics of your practice, and moral code is sort of the self-governance, which I think we're also having issues with, so.
Yeah, I agree. I think the focus really should be on the moral.
Okay,
code.
so we could take ethics off then and just the responsibilities
I
and
don't have a
more.
problem with ethics being in there. I think
You want to leave it in there then? All righty, let's go ahead and put it in. All righty. Is this something then that you would like to see on here? And then again, during action planning, we would identify the different ways to make that happen. Okay? All righty. All right, so it looks like, how many do we have for that area? We have 3, and then we had, well, we have 5, so that's great. You guys are coming up with some great objectives for your goal areas. So nice job. All right, we're moving on to enforcement now. Enforcement, which is one of your areas where you are strong. This is the health and safety of consumers. So your strengths, it's very focused on the public, safety-driven, organized, well thought out. And I'm on page 18 in terms of your environmental scan. I'm looking at page 18 right now, and I'm going through your strengths of your disciplinary actions. Committed to the integrity of licensees, diversity of board member backgrounds, really brings some helpful perspectives to the table when you're talking about different issues. Investigation, strong investigative handling of complaints with a decrease in investigative time. Very knowledgeable staff and thorough. And then the sexual offenses are flagged for the board. So again, so you can really focus on those areas. If we turn to page 19, that's where we have the challenges, or I like to say opportunities. Unethical behavior and penalties. So here's some of the areas that came out of this. There seems to be more disciplinary cases with unethical behavior, and that's why we're seeing that theme kind of throughout in these objectives, addressing some of that with the DUIs and substance abuse issues. Penalties for violations are inconsistent. So again, looking at that. The disciplinary timeliness. Length of time for the disciplinary action. Investigating, PAB having its own investigators. You currently are using the medical board investigators, which I know is going to be changing under Department of Investigations. That's a change that will take place next year. So let's look at some of the objectives that came out of this, addressing some of these comments. And the first one is designate a percentage of investigators who serve the medical board as PAB investigators to reduce investigation cycle times. Some of the thoughts on this one.
Could that be something that's possible at all? I mean, is that within the realm of possibility?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good question.
If I would do that, or we're not sure how they're going to manage our
Yes.
cases.
So with the change coming with the investigators falling under Department of Investigation, again, we have to really think through in terms of what's in our span of control, right? So is this something that we might need to take off the table or maybe revise a little bit?
Explore.
Maybe explore? Say explore instead of designate? Possibility, explore possibility. Something.
Or designating, perfect.
The possibility, explore the possibility of designating.
Yeah.
Possibility of designating a percentage of investigators. And then we'd maybe take off medical board, because again, that is going to change. Investigators to serve as PAB investigators? Maybe to serve instead of who serve?
To serve man.
To reduce investigation cycle times? Does that sound better? Okay. Is that one we'd like to leave then? Yes? All righty. Let's put a Y on that one. Then the next one is apply improved and uniform standards for disciplinary cases and apply stipulations when appropriate to make the process more efficient. What are some thoughts on this one?
Is that not being done already? I mean, don't we have uniform standards? Didn't we just go over that?
Hasn't been adopted yet, or?
We have uniform standards currently in place.
Oh,
That there were some.
We're doing a regulatory update, incorporating uniform standards for Texas.
So,
I think it was approved at the last board meeting and it needs to be noticed.
so is this something that we can remove from the table, or maybe we revise it a little bit?
Yeah. I think it's already covered, but.
Okay.
Well, do you mean uniform standards as the model guidelines or the uniform standards for substance abuse? That's, I guess, the question.
Well, all that's in the disciplinary guidelines, the standards for how you deal with disciplinary cases, so I think you already have those in place. And then the uniform ones will go into effect in the future. Although some boards are already like voluntarily applying them.
Well, the diversion program, we've
So-
already implemented them.
Right,
So
so
they're already,
I think it's.
our people are basically already taken care of in that area.
So can we delete this particular one? Would we be in agreement on that one?
Delete.
Yes? All right, let's go ahead and take that off the table. And we'll move on to the next one. Look at past disciplinary actions data to identify what was effective, what led to a change in behavior, for example, sanctions, probation, etc., to carry forward best practices. How do we feel about this one?
I think that's really important because, as time changes and we have different types of disciplinary requirements, different things that are happening, I think it's really important to see what's working and what's not.
Okay? Okay? Yes?
Could we look at what other boards have done that's been effective?
Sure.
For example, what does the medical board do, and does that seem to work for them, or, whatever?
So look at other board best practices, something of that nature.
Yeah, the Federation of State Medical Boards may have some data on that. I'm not sure anyone has ever done research on that. It's an
Okay.
interesting topic, though. Sounds like a job for you, Jed. A research project, for your PhD project.
I like the statement, but are we talking about changes in individual behavior? Because that's, I don't know if we can affect individual. I know we can look at them as a whole to see what the trends were, but.
So maybe we say what led to positive behavior changes, or
I'm not sure if we can.
maybe not even have that in there.
Everybody
Maybe
together,
just,
I'm not sure.
Well, I actually kind of like what that says, because usually when you have discipline, you are trying to change your behavior. They've done something to get the discipline, and it's not so much that we're trying to be punitive, it's that we're trying to change their behavior in the interest of public safety. So I kind of like that phrase.
okay. How about other board member thoughts on that one? Okay. And again, when we do action planning, we'll come up with some specific ways. So that will kind of be spelled out, all right? So are we in agreement on this one? All right, we'll put a yes there. All right, real quick, let's just go back. We have two. I just want to see, is there anything else that comes to mind? Yes.
Something that somebody brought up on unethical behavior says penalties for PA violations are inconsistent with what physicians and institutions receive. There seems to be a lack of accountability placed on the institution and physician. And I think I mentioned you folks right up front that you folks seem to be a lot more strict than the medical board is on practitioners. And I think part of it is just the physicians have more money to throw away on lawyers and just drag things out. And I do see a disparity. I mean, and I think I found it refreshing here that we didn't fool around with all these little nuances. Look, the guy got a DUI, you can enforce it, you can enforce it. So there's part of that, but also what troubles me with this lack of accountability, I wonder if we should look into
and maybe this is an action item and shouldn't be a goal, but when we have a PA do something, if there's any suggestion that the physician should have known about that, was there something the physician, supervising physician failed at? Should that be then reported to the medical board? I mean, should it?
So a reporting structure then?
Yeah, I just don't know.
Mhm.
It's a scary thing.
It's usually done.
Is it? Okay.
Oftentimes, they're joint investigations.
Okay, great,
The
thank
physician
you.
is being investigated
My ignorance
with the
then.
PA.
But I just think, boy, let's not just target the low-hanging fruit and ignore the other people in the institution as well, because sometimes they're very much codependent.
So that's
on
in
what's going
place
on.
already. Thank you for sharing
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yes, yes. Anything else that we're missing here that, or well, before we move on, again, I just want to give people opportunity. This is one of your strong areas, so that's why we have only 2 objectives in this particular area. But,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
I just want to make sure that I clearly understand, look at the past disciplinary actions. Are we trying to make like a standard, like say for instance, if we have a person who obviously has a DUI, are we saying that all DUIs get this action? Or is it something that we're just looking at in terms of trends, look at their behavior change?
I think it's,
or-
yeah. Well, from comments anyways, it's about trends. Again, what was working, what wasn't working, that would help.
I guess just what I don't want to do is have a cookbook or a recipe for.
Sure.
I don't think that's saying this, because we're looking at the data to identify what was effective and what led to the behavior, but we're not saying we're actually going to do that. I mean, so it's carry
Right,
forward
it's
to
just
best
identifying.
practices, but then I could see that data being something you would determine if we're going
Okay.
to use that data in that
So I
way.
think I'm maybe reading too much into it, carry forward best
Yeah.
practices, so I don't want to see maybe a recipe for.
Right, like a cookie book kind of
Exactly.
thing. And I understand your point, and yes, and legal counsel also had a point to make.
I was going to actually say your comment is really well placed, because I think if you look at past disciplinary actions and you do say what the appropriate consequences, you find that in your disciplinary guidelines. No 2 cases are the same.
Exactly.
You judge each case on a case-by-case basis, because some
Yeah.
have aggravating, some have
Perfect.
mitigating, some have all that,
Thank you.
and you can really only do it when you look. As I understood it, it's really, you're focusing more on looking for opportunities to modify
Okay.
where
Okay.
Interventions, for lack of a better word, have been successful.
Right.
Okay, great.
For example, we had one in the medical board, that community service, and we realized that was punitive and it really didn't change anything. It wasn't an effective behavior change. We pretty much just stopped doing that. So I think it's being taken off maybe the next guideline. But-
Oh.
So just, I think the point is trying to look at what's worth doing and what's not
What's
worth
wor-
doing.
Should we reword that maybe
I
then?
like it myself.
Oh,
Be
okay.
identified, would that work?
What?
If that was.
So Dennis is suggesting maybe add the word to identify best practices?
Fair enough, good,
Does
great.
that,
Thank you.
there we go.
Yeah, a little more.
So-
Yes,
What about other enforcement tool options?
to identify other enforcement
Enforcement
tool options?
I mean, there are a lot of different ways of handling violations, and different boards have different tools. And
Yeah.
sometimes it's good to
Yeah.
explore
Yeah.
that,
Good.
like
Yeah.
letters of admonishment is an example that one of my clients has in statute as an alternative to a full-blown disciplinary action,
So-
just exploring other enforcement
Yeah,
tools
that way it's
maybe
within-
may be available, that work for other boards, that maybe
Yeah, and
the
it-
assistant board might be interested in.
That's a great idea, and it sounds like it's meeting the need of what was identified over here. How does that, Dennis changed the language to identify best practice enforcement tool options?
Or, I was thinking more of an or, not a.
Oh, okay, so maybe we say best practices, comma, or enforcement tool options.
Or just take practices or out, or just best enforcement tool option.
Best, okay, best enforcement tool options. There we go. Now we're more specific and it's a little clearer. Again, we don't want, if we're unclear,
There you go.
other folks will be too.
There you go.
Nice job, nice job. Thank you.
Brad is good for wordsmithing.
All righty. Well, I know, sometimes we end up doing that in here, don't we? Yes, did you want to add
Yeah,
something?
just, I know it's picky, but data to assess what was effective instead
Oh, okay.
of identify.
Yeah, data to assess what was effective.
The best
so
practices,
Up there,
to
data
assess.
to, right there, second line.
Oh, hey, hey.
Data to assess. There we go.
Right, there
Very good. Sounds great. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All righty. We'll go on to the next area then. We're winding down here. And we are on to licensing. And we're doing good on time.
We're doing okay. We have about 11:45.
Okay.
We have about 40 minutes.
The good news is our goal today was to get through objectives and goal areas with you, and then we have homework for you for our next session. That's why we put the mission, vision, values in there, because that's going to be covered at the next planning session. But we wanted you to have the information to do review. So we're actually doing really well on time. So thank you, everyone. I wanted to let you know that. All right? So licensing is this particular area. So let's look in your trends document on page 21 in your environmental scan. Again, this is another strong area for the physician assistant board. And so you had strengths in this particular area in terms of your processing times and knowledgeable staff, very committed to licensing standards. And then in terms of challenges, which start at the bottom of page 21, is the BREEZE implementation. Again, that's an opportunity. BREEZE is going to be a benefit. And it's going to allow licensees to also use their credit cards, which will be a benefit for licensees. But this will be an implementation for the board. So some areas were identified there. And then as you go over to page 22, we had an area for self-reporting requirement. There were some questions that were raised on that, and that has to do with the reporting criminal convictions, how that's being tracked. I know that's a self-disclosure process. And then there was a suggestion. So let's look at some of the objectives that were suggested. The first one has to do with the BREEZE, collaborate with DCA to provide online license renewal through BREEZE that will accept credit card payments to improve the PA license application cycle time and provide licensees more convenience. Some thoughts or concerns about this particular objective? This is being done, but because it's going to be happening over your 5-year period, this is why it was identified as an area. And again, it's something that you would be working with DCA to accomplish.
And kind of our thing was it might take people's time, so we wanted to get credit for it.
I have a question about
Yes.
accepting credit card payments. I know this is maybe really stickler, but are there you can do cash payments or PayPal or American Express? I mean, what's the extent of the credit card?
That's a good question.
I don't know. I know credit cards, I would think that they would also accommodate different
Maybe put that in the
So in terms of credit card and alternative or other types of payments? Other types of payments. Oh, okay. Other payment options, how's that? Does that work? Okay, is this one that you would like to have as an objective for you? Again, it's something that the board staff will definitely be working on, and we're thinking in terms of you folks getting credit for it. And it is going to take up resources, so are we in agreement that this one should be included? All righty, so we'll say yes there. The next one is perform data collection to identify PA licensee demographics to assist with providing services and designating resources. Yes?
From CAPA's perspective, this is huge.
Okay.
We just spent a lot of money working with Oshkosh to try and gather data, and we found out at that time that the PAB was one of the only regulatory agencies that doesn't collect that data on licenses. So it's just hugely important
Very
that
important.
be available to Oshkosh and to others. So to make it start happening would be excellent.
Okay, so very strong support for it from CAPA. Yes?
What I was going to ask you is that would just require a few more check boxes on the application form, right? Is that possible within BREEZE once it's up and running?
Well, actually, I believe on the online, there is a survey
Okay, good.
And it's optional though. So I think
It's
people-
anonymous, right?
I don't know. I've seen it when you go on to do your online application, and I believe it asks a series of questions, ethnic, race, sex, where you're going to practice things like that.
But that's,
It's optional.
information is delivered directly to OSHPD, right?
No, that's something separate, but the application will have similar to the medical. I think they have a renewal where there's a series of questions. But it evidently applies to all healing art boards. It couldn't be removed, so it's essentially optional. They don't have to respond to it.
Yeah.
So there would be data there.
Is CAPA looking for any specific information other than like the general demographics or?
No, and when OSHPD did the survey with us, they went to several different licensing boards and they captured those questions,
Yeah.
but they weren't optional for other boards, right? It's mandatory.
But that's different.
It depends on the board.
There's
Dental
two-
board, it is mandatory, but I know that there's no requirement for board of behavioral sciences, for instance, to collect that.
For what it's worth, none of my other clients collected, so, and I actually actively recommend that they don't. I think it
Yeah.
should be collected by a separate agency, because the board's focus is regulatory requirements. The type of information that you want to collect, and I understand the industry and association desire to have it and that what its value is, but my concern about it as your counsel, as the board's counsel, is that I don't want there to ever be any appearance that you're using any of that data in making licensing or regulatory or
Yes.
enforcement decisions.
Yeah.
Well, since this is one of the few or maybe only board that has promoting paid practice, I mean, OSHPD really needed that information for workforce issues.
And they're allowed to collect that.
They are
They do
allowed, we're
collect
not.
that, but we have nothing to do with it. It's basically mined, and we don't have any control over.
And that doesn't concern me. It doesn't concern me that OSHPD is collecting it, or that PA board is collaborating, kind of to make that possible. I just prefer that that data not be sitting right next to your license file when an enforcement case comes up. 'Cause it's
Oh, yeah, it would be
irrelevant.
great if it could go right to OSHPD.
No, yeah,
Yes.
and so from my perspective as board's counsel, I encourage you to have that be an entirely different, I encourage it to be voluntary, because I don't think you can require it unless there's a statute saying that you must ask or make it be there, but it would actually be a violation, I think, under existing law to require that as a condition of application.
Does any other board that?
Dental board has to collect
What
it.
about
They have a
medical?
statute.
They have a statutory requirement to collect the data.
What about medical board?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh.
Everybody else that I know that collects OSHPD data does it on a voluntary basis, it's anonymized, it's, completely separate and apart from anything licensing related. It's not attached to the application, it's not attached to the renewal form. It's completely voluntary, and usually they either send it out by mail or they put it on the website with SurveyMonkey and collect it that way. So that's been my experience. There's the only board I'm aware of that I've worked with that does have to collect it by law is dental board.
So how are we feeling about this one? Is it something we want to remove in lieu of legal counsel?
I mean, for some purposes, it's really needed. I don't know how it could be
What
collected.
about
and-
facilitating it by maybe a neutral agency or
Collaboration
something
with
like
Yeah,
that?
OSHPD or something.
neutral agency,
Investigate.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
OSHPD does have authority to collect that.
Yeah. Facilitate voluntary,
Yeah.
Yeah.
facilitate voluntary data collection to identify PA licensee demographics, assist with providing services and designating resources. Is that an area that we can leave or we might need to remove, or in lieu of what you were just saying?
Yeah, I strongly encourage it to be not the board staff that collects that data. I have no problem with you sending out the email saying, we encourage you to use this, to
Yeah,
go
use
get
this
As a
vendor
matter
or
of fact,
whoever,
I
okay.
think 6 or 9 months ago, there was actually a letter posted on the website on that very topic, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
From OSHPD, anyhow, so I just don't want it to be the board. I
To
don't want it
assist-
in your files.
Yeah, I
don't-
understand.
But they somehow mine that data, OSHPD takes it. There's a
Right.
system that, I don't, we have an agreement with them, with all the other healthcare related boards where they collect that data and do whatever they do with it.
I think I
Yes.
have licenses in many states, and I think at one of the states, I don't know if it's even here, at one point in time, when you were licensed, you had a URL you could click on to go to a different website within the state, website pool, where you give that information, but it was not connected to the medical board site. So we could do something like
Sure,
that. As
sure.
with your licensure online, you can, if voluntary data collection suggested but not mandatory, bam, go to that website, and it would say OSHPD or something like that.
And
so
then
it's
it's
clear.
collected over there.
If that would solve your concerns or address your concerns in any way. But I know it was totally unrelated. It was clear, this is not related to your licensure, blah, blah, blah.
So Dennis made a change, and he has it highlighted there. What are thoughts in terms of the new
Outside,
language?
I'd say government or state organizations, however you want to.
So say state organizations instead of,
It's the state organization collecting as
Yeah.
opposed to helping the state organization provide the services.
Yeah.
so it'd be utilizing state organizations to collect?
Yes.
Let's say
You-
voluntary data collection by other state
By
organizations.
By other state, by other, yeah, PA demographics,
So.
demographics, by,
And then where should this go? Or is that the right
Facilitate
spot?
voluntary data collection by other state organizations.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that makes it up there.
collection by, so after collection, you'd put it by other state, by other state organizations to identify PA licensee demographics to assist with providing services and designated resources. How does that sound now?
Does it have to be state organizations, or can it just be other organizations?
I just worry, there's all these data miners that publish websites now, that they mine data on positions, and you like them, like Yelp and all that. I worry about that kind of stuff.
Because I'm wondering, can they tag it on to like the end of the year evaluation at your PA school? You know, like your exit exam or something like that.
Right, and during action planning, we could actually outline some of the ways that would be handled. We'll get more specific.
So that's why I was wondering, other organizations as opposed to other state organizations.
Could we say other organizations, and then again in action planning, it would be spelled out? Does that work?
I think you can bring it, since it's going to be on the website, do you think you might want to qualify so that if other just public people read it, they won't think the Yelp thing like you're thinking?
Right.
So maybe that's credibility there, and then it kind of shows a little more protection.
No, I agree,
Other
yeah.
approved, other board approved.
Approved, board
Bo-
approved.
There we go, board
There you
approved.
go.
Does that work?
approved.
Board
Yeah.
approved?
Yeah, I like that. He gets a whistle.
Yeah. That's why Dennis is in the room today. All right. Does that sound better now? So we'll put a yes on that one. Okay, and before we move on, we have two objectives for this area. Is there anything else that's catching your attention in terms of your page 21, 22? Or do you think we have it captured for you?
I'm wondering about the self-reporting.
The self-reporting. All right, let's look at page 22. Maybe someone could give us a little bit more information here even. There was a couple of questions. How is it being tracked, and how does the board motivate people to self-disclose?
Well, we don't renew them unless they self-disclose.
So it's part of the renewal process then?
That's the motivation.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Glenn, is that checked? So when they check that box, is someone running an NCIC check or something behind that to make sure that it's truthful?
If they answer yes, I believe a letter, a letter goes out saying they have to, or I think maybe the renewal notice says you have to send, if you've had a conviction, you have to send the rest of court documents. And so there is a reaction to a yes answer to that question.
My question is there a reaction to a no answer? So do we
No.
just take their word for it and do nothing?
But we do fingerprint, so if, and I think we now have a regulation that, if you fail to report on, there's grounds for discipline.
Right, and some renewal too. they have to report it in statute and then.
Right, I know they have to report it, but my question is who's checking? Like, if they say, no, I've had no actions, how do we verify that?
There's no audit to that function. It's essentially self-certification.
Well,
And
there
if-
should,
if-
There's no way to check that without calls.
When you obtain fingerprints through California DOJ, and you're on the license list, the board gets what's called subsequent arrest notifications. So if all is working well and DOJ's resources are up to snuff, if a county reports a certain type of conviction, that gets reported to the board.
But we wouldn't get discipline that way.
Okay.
So
Well, they
it's
can,
self-reported.
because when they renew, if they check the no box, they're signing their renewal under penalty of perjury.
Right.
And if they check no and it turns out that they have been
Oh, okay.
arrested or convicted, then that's grounds for dismissal.
okay, thank you.
So is there any way to notify early, say for instance, in your 2-year cycle, you have some incident, like say 1 day after the 2-year cycle, you don't have to report it until renewal? Is that?
Oh, if something occurs, okay.
If something
Renewals,
occurs
yes.
early? I mean, is there
Within
any
that
way to
cycle.
say, within that cycle? So they have 2 years to report, basically.
But so,
Well, doesn't this,
It's from the
I
renewal
think now we
cycle.
have a
right, but
requirement.
doesn't the regulation say something about reporting within a certain
I
time frame?
think actually you
We
just
have
30 days
30
with
days, yeah.
that was part of the new
We have
CBI
a form
regs.
for reporting criminal activity, so they have a time frame, and then they fill out that form. If it's not at the time of renewal, they'll fill out the form and send it to us.
And so where is the form, I guess?
So-
Where is the form?
Where is the form? Who can provide us some information about the form? Glenn, one of the board members, was asking, where is the form that is?
The form, I believe we have online now.
I
It's-
know that they were creating a version of the NBC form for PA, so I'm not sure where that's.
It's brand new this year.
It's
So
the
that
Oh,
was
it's
part
new.
of
Okay.
it was part of the Section 800 revisions.
Yeah.
So that requirement that used to apply just to doctors now applies as of January 1st of 2013. So that's why there's a little confusion. Because it's not in reg, it's in statute. And it's a recent statute.
So is this something we need to develop an objective around, or do you think it's being addressed with the new regulation? And Rosalie, I know you had your hand up.
so when you are a license, you're putting in your license renewal, are you running our fingerprints again?
Your fingerprints are always being run. Anytime you have a conviction, as Laura said, it's a subsequent arrest, normally we would then hear about that. We'd get a rap sheet that would discuss and show the conviction.
There's a few safety net things in place, it sounds like, to get that information to the board, besides the self-reporting.
Are we feeling more comfortable about this now?
A little bit more comfortable. I think we just probably just need to, with the new statutes in place, we probably just need to maybe make it known where a person can self-report within that 30-day period.
And that's part of the reporting requirement.
Right.
Yes. It's on that list that you got earlier in the meeting.
Okay.
It's on that list.
Okay.
So are we covered now, or do we want to add something here? Board members?
Could that be part of the outreach?
I know.
I'm wondering if it ties back to outreach.
Yeah.
Letting licensees know that that's a new
So
requirement.
maybe we just add, and we'll say in outreach, we could just add a little underneath there and just put for outreach. No, it would be a new one, actually. Oh, yeah. Do a tab, and then we can add a new one. And we could say that it has to do with the self-reporting to inform, the self-reporting requirements inform licensees of the new regulation, new law,
So you take statute?
new statute, okay? And then we'll put this under the outreach area then. Yeah, we'll move that, okay, so at least we know. Yeah, does that work for everyone?
Perfect.
Okay, very good. All right, we're on our last area, which is administration. Another very strong area for you. Very strong area. And lots of strengths, and I'm on page 23. Okay, we're going to wrap this up pretty quickly, then we're doing good. So administration, very strong. The board members, good balance of professional and public background, different perspectives. The board chair has institutional knowledge, the history and processes, and is willing to share with the new board members, which is great. Very efficient processes. The board staff, very, very positive comments about board staff. So that's kudos to this team. The board function, very cohesive, functions well. Thorough reviews. I'm just noting some of the comments on page 23. As you turn to page 24, then we'll see some areas in terms of opportunities. So the executive officer wears many hats, and so again, just in terms of thinking about additional resources, making sure that things are in place to address the increase in workload. And that's mainly, I think, where some of these are coming from, these comments. The other big area, of course, is the institutional knowledge. We want to make sure we have that captured as people retire and move on. So let's take a look at some of the suggested objective areas. The first one is identify additional training opportunities for board members to address the learning curve for new board members. So again, that would be working with board staff during action planning and coming up with some other ways to help new board members get up to speed. How do we feel about that one? Is that a yes on that one? Yes? All right. The second one is perform succession planning to retain the knowledge and address the absence of individuals with institutional knowledge who will be retiring from the board. So again, we're looking at ways that we can capture that information before people retire or move on. So that would be working again with the board staff to come up with ways to do that during action planning. How do we feel about this one? In agreement? Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and yes on that one. And then the last one is forecast to ensure PAB has the staffing, budget, and tools necessary to complete program processes. So again, this is a 5-year plan, so just want to make sure that things are in place to meet the workload challenges. Yes on that one?
I'm not clear on what program process is.
Okay, so, and we can change the wording on this. This is kind of generic. So Glenn, I don't know if you have any suggestions, because this will impact board staff. So any wording suggestions there, or?
Board processes?
Just processes? Board processes. Let's, what if we change that? Say implementation?
Board implementation?
Board implementation processes?
Instead of complete?
Maybe we say implement board processes? Does that work? Instead of complete? Necessary to implement board processes. How's the, or board function processes. There we go. To implement board function processes. So you want to.
You could just say it's necessary for the functioning of the board.
Oh, for the functioning of the board. Does that work? You like that wording? For the function of the board. Functioning of the board. And then we'll get rid of processes there. Does that sound better? Yeah. Okay. All righty. All right. So put a yes on that one. Are we in agreement on that one then? All righty. Let's put a yes there. Any others that come to the forefront from looking at the information? Again, this is a strong area. We just wanted to make sure over the next 5 years that resources were identified and that there were tools in place, basically, so you folks could be successful. Okay? Yes?
I just want to say that it's one of the best boards ever. I mean, the staff is the best, and they work really well together, and I appreciate that from our side of the fence.
Oh, nice. Very nice compliment. Great. That came out in our feedback, so in terms of how strong this board is. So, yeah. All righty. Great. All right. So this gets us through administration. So let's go on, and I'll tell you what our next steps are. Whoops, I don't want to talk too loud there. There we go. So congratulations, we have come up with some drafted language for the objectives. So basically what we will do then is we will work offline with board staff to go ahead and get those developed, and then you will have a document that you can review. All righty? So for the next time, which would be your meeting in February, we will be there. And what we wanted to leave you with is basically the foundation piece. That's what we would cover next. So we want you to take a look at the mission, vision, and values, the existing mission, vision, and values, and determine if they align with these objectives, these goals that we talked about today, if it still represents your mandate and where you see yourselves as a board, alrighty? And then what we can do at your next session is we can do some activity. If you decide it does not represent who you folks are, we can do some activities around coming up with a new mission, vision, and values. I'm going to let you take a look at it, give you some time to decide, and that would be a discussion we would have at your next meeting. I did include them in here so that you would have a frame of reference, and it's also in your existing strategic plan. So we'll just kind of walk through it pretty quickly here, all righty? I also included Department of Consumer Affairs because, as you know, Physician Assistant Board is under the spectrum of Department of Consumer Affairs. And so I wanted you to have the information of what Department of Consumer Affairs mission is. At the bottom, in your handout here, it tells you what is a mission statement. And basically, the mission is why you exist. What is your purpose? And so this kind of what your customers need and how do you serve them. That's what your mission statement describes. So this is DCA's mission statement, and then here's PAB's, follows right behind that. So again, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. I'll give you some time during the next couple of months, and when we get together again, then we'll go over this during your strategic planning session. Next would be your vision statement. Here's Department of Consumer Affairs. Your vision is basically, what is your future image? How do you see yourselves? Where are you headed? Just like Yogi Berra told us. Again, you have to kind of know where you're going to make sure that you get there. And that's really what the vision is about. So here's Department of Consumer Affairs, and here's Physician Assistant Board vision statement. All righty? And then the next area, believe it or not, Department of Consumer Affairs values and Physician Assistant Board, they had the same values. There was just a minor tweak on one of them, but overall they were pretty much the same. So again, that's why we combined like that. And your values represent what your core beliefs are. What are your core priorities? And it helps you when you make decisions. What's important to the board? So I'm going to ask you to take a look at these over the next couple of months. And when we regroup, decide if it still works for you. And if it doesn't, we'll do an activity around it to come up with new ones. So here's our next step. Dennis and I are going to take the notes away from today. We're going to draft a plan. We're going to work with Glenn and his staff to come up with some verbiage. We'll make sure that Glenn will make sure that gets to you to review. And then what we'll do is we'll incorporate any of your edits. And then when we get together in your planning session 2, which will be in February, at your February meeting is my understanding, we'll take some time to talk about your mission, vision, values. We're also going to talk about your accomplishments, what you accomplished since your last plan. We want to make sure that we capture that in your strategic plan to give you credit. And then last but not least, we'll finalize your plan, based on the comments from that next meeting, the feedback, and then you'll have an opportunity to review that again, and we'll finalize the plan. So that's what our process is. What questions can I answer for anybody in terms of where we're headed or what we're doing? Does it sound like a good plan for you? All righty. Well, that concludes our piece today. I'm going to turn it back over to the chair. I do thank you for your time today, and thank you so much for your contributions. You did a great job. I think we need a clap. Kudos. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Well, I think we had a very productive meeting. I'd like to thank Terry and Dennis both. Having been through this numerous times, it was a good experience today, as you promised. I want to thank all of the participants. I think we did some strong work today, and we're definitely on the right road. So at this time, we're going to recess the meeting until 10 minutes to 1, when we will start our administrative law judge hearings. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call the Physician Assistant Board back into session. Today is Monday, December 9th. I will quickly take the roll to establish that we have a quorum. Rosalie Shorter. Here. Dr. Michael Bishop.
Here.
Jed Grant.
Here.
Sonia Early.
Here.
Charles Alexander.
Here.
Robert Sachs, President. At this time, I would like to turn the proceedings over to Judge Linda Kabatek, who is an administrative law judge. So, Dr. Kabatek, or Judge Kabatek.
That's okay. Thank you. We're here today before the Physician Assistants Board to review the petition for termination of probation in the case of Robert Lucas and Michelle Burns, and the petition for reinstatement of physician assistant license of Jeffrey Hamlin. It's December 9th, 2013, and we're located at 2005 Evergreen Street in Sacramento, California. As the president noted, my name is Linda Kabatek. I'm an administrative law judge assigned to assist the board with these cases. And the roll call established a quorum for the case. So I will now call the case of Robert Lucas. Mr. Lucas, would you please proceed up to the front?
Is it okay to use a timer to keep an eye on the time?
I don't think that will be necessary. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
Megan O'Carroll on behalf of the California Attorney General's Office.
And would you spell that for the record?
It is M-E-G-A-N, and then O'Carroll is O''C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
And I note the petitioner, Robert Lucas, is present and representing himself. Is that correct, Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Before the hearing and while we were off the record, I explained the procedures in this matter to the petitioners that are present here today. In these proceedings, the board is concerned with your rehabilitation since your license was disciplined. As I explained, the Deputy Attorney General will proceed first to provide an overview in this matter. And after that, Mr. Lucas, you'll have the opportunity to make a presentation under oath on your own behalf to explain why you believe your probation should be terminated. You can call witnesses and you can present documents. Any witness that you call will be subject to questioning by both the Attorney General and the board members, and I may have a few myself. The board is particularly concerned, as I explained before, with your rehabilitation, and you're reminded that the board has had the benefit of reading your petition package, and you don't need to repeat anything contained in that package. After the hearings, the board will go into closed session to deliberate. You won't receive a decision today, but you will at some point in the future. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, Ms. O'Carroll, could you please provide the overview?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. We're here today on Mr. Lucas's petition for penalty relief seeking an early termination of probation approximately halfway through his probationary period. Mr. Lucas entered into a stipulated settlement and disciplinary order which became effective on May 19, 2011. The cause for discipline that was alleged in the accusation was that Mr. Lucas sustained 2 convictions for driving under the influence of alcohol, and both of those convictions took place within a 1-month period.
Ms. O'Carroll, excuse me, before you proceed, I neglected to mention the fact that there's some documents that will need to be redacted. So after the hearing, after Mr. Lucas's hearing, if you wouldn't mind stepping to the back, making sure that the redactions have all been made, and then giving the documents back to me.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Thank you.
This stipulated disciplinary order and settlement took effect on May 19 of 2011. Terms of this order included that Mr. Lucas would abstain from alcohol, he would be subject to biological fluid testing, he would participate in a diversion program, and his probationary status would be monitored in quarterly reports. To Mr. Lucas's credit, all of his quarterly reports have shown that he is participating and has met all of the requirements and has not tested positive for alcohol or any controlled substance. However, Mr. Lucas is seeking to have his probation terminated early, approximately again halfway through the process, and the Attorney General's office opposes this petition on the grounds that it would pose an unreasonable risk of harm to the public. I'd like to mark for identification as Exhibit 1, Mr. Lucas's petition for penalty relief, which includes with it as attachments a narrative statement by Mr. Lucas, the disciplinary stipulation and order, the one of May 11, 2011, and some background documents also again provided by Mr. Lucas. And again, these are the documents that we will, before we leave today, make sure that any personal confidential information will be redacted from. So, can I have this marked?
I'll mark it. I'm marking for purposes of identification the documents described by Ms. O'Carroll. Ms. O'Carroll, do you want the entire binder marked as Exhibit 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I've already provided a copy to Mr. Lucas, and I have copies also for the board now. Can I go ahead and furnish those?
Sure. Mr. Lucas, have you seen the documents that have been described by Ms. O'Carroll?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Attorney General would move this Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Mr. Lucas, do you have any objection to these documents being admitted into evidence?
No.
The documents are admitted?
And just briefly, the position of the Attorney General, again, is that this petition should not be granted, basically for the reasons outlined in the brief written statement that's been provided to the board, specifically that this would be the first time that Mr. Lucas's sobriety would be untested. And even though he's performed well during the course of his probation, it's always been monitored before, and we don't see any advantage to altering the position that was entered into and stipulated and agreed to by Mr. Lucas as part of his disciplinary order, when an additional 2 years would be a benefit both to Mr. Lucas and to the public in ensuring that his progress continues. And then a couple of the factors to be considered was the offense for which Mr. Lucas was disciplined, which again, driving under the influence of alcohol, particularly 2 incidents occurring at such a close time to one another, shows that the initial DUI did not constitute the wake-up call one would have hoped, so that presented a risk to the public, which Mr. Lucas then repeated, as well as his activities during the time that he was previously licensed. And there was an incident in I think it was Connecticut, in which Mr. Lucas was fined for practicing outside the scope of his license. So based on this, and despite Mr. Lucas's participating well and adequately fulfilling all of his obligations during probation, we don't believe that there is any grounds to terminate that probation at this time, and instead would request that it remain in effect. And with that, the Attorney General would reserve rebuttal.
Mr. Lucas, this is your opportunity to present your side of your case. You're reminded that the board has had the benefit of your petition package, so there's no need to repeat anything in that package. And before you begin, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thanks for giving me your time, and thanks to the members of the board for your service to the board and to our profession. A lot of what I was going to say kind of was reviewing what I said before in writing, because I thought you people probably don't have time to read everything and remember everything that comes along. So that's like a load off my mind. I would like to then mostly respond to the opposition from the Attorney General's office. We're not halfway through. We're 2.5 years out of 4 years because it takes 6 months to get a hearing from the time that you ask for it. And I had been in Maximus in a diversion program voluntarily for 2 years prior to getting the stipulated agreement offer. So chronologically, I've been monitored for 4.5 years out of the last 5.5 years. My first year of sobriety was entirely through AA. That was not monitored, so it's incorrect to say that I've never been unmonitored in my recovery, because the first year was unmonitored. So I'd like to point that out. In this package, among supporting documents are letters of support from my supervising physicians, and also a facilitator named Joyce Francis, who's a drug and alcohol counselor who runs the health support group meetings that I attend. Those are the health support group meetings that were mandated during Maximus during my 3 years in there. And I've continued to go to those meetings because I value it, and I feel like I'm a power of example to the new people coming in. They come in to diversion programs having to sign this contract that's very limiting, and they're very frightened with giving up control or their perception that they're in control. And seeing somebody who's gone through it and come out the other side and is doing all right, I think that's a power of example for them. That's part of the reason that I do that. I was 2 years into the Maximus program before being offered the stipulated agreement, and I don't imagine that I was the highest priority in the state as far as pursuing an action, because I'm sure that there were active doctors out there and PAs that were at risk to the public, and since I was in Maximus and being looked after, I'm sure it took a while to offer me the stipulated agreement. But that 2-year period you don't get credit for. So in other words, I was in this system for 2 years prior to being offered the stipulated agreement. And what much was made in my discussions with Deputy Attorney General Samuel Hammond, would that be the right title?
He would be a deputy AG, yes.
Of the early termination process. And I will say that compared to what I've heard since then, a pretty rosy picture was made of the process. Basically, it was described as pretty much automatic if you had a good record, which I've learned since then is probably not the case. So I made this application not expecting an opposition per se. So when I got it, I was like, whoa. But now that I have it, the one thing about multiple offenses that I would like to point out, when an alcoholic is circling the drain, his life is falling apart, and he gets a DUI, and then he gets another one, it just represents, circling the drain. I was at the 12 o'clock position on the drain with one of them, and at the 6 o'clock with the other one. I was headed down. It was with that second arrest, and it wasn't, that's another thing in this thing, it says, because of my, I came to the realization because of my criminal convictions. Convictions didn't happen for many months, it was the arrest that got my attention. But, you know, I had a spiritual awakening in jail, and I looked at myself and my life, and I said, is this where you're headed, and is this what you want to be, and is this what your future holds? And that's why I jumped into AA with both feet at that time, and I never looked back. I never had a better life than I have today. I do a ton of service. It's all outlined in my narrative statement, so I won't repeat it. I don't think I left anything out in that, but I can say that, and I don't know that how much about recovery the board knows, but 12th step work, the 12th step is that we practice these principles in all our affairs. And I try to do that, and I carry the message to alcoholics who still suffer in my daily life. And that's the thing that keeps it fresh for me, and that's the thing that gives me satisfaction and rewards. I have tools to deal with stress nowadays that I was powerless over alcohol earlier in life, and I had no stress management tools other than alcohol. And when life got rough, I would drink more, and that's not the case today. I know who I am. I hope you know a little bit about who I am. I don't do all that service to pad my file and make me a better candidate for early termination. I do all that service because of the reward that I get out of it. And one thing that's described in this narrative statement is I've been of service to the board by being an instructor. I gave a lecture to the medical board investigators, the new investigators on addiction recovery and diversion programs. So it seems like not consistent to consider me responsible enough to give a lecture to educate your investigators, but at the same time, I'm a danger to the public. So that's about all I have to say.
Okay. Ms. O'Connell, do you have any questions of Mr. Lucas?
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the board members have any questions of Mr. Lucas?
I do. Hi, Mr. Lucas. How are you?
Hi.
How long have you been sober now?
5.5 years.
5.5 years. And then according to your records, how long were you in the Maximus program?
3 years, from 1 year sober to 4 years sober.
3 years, okay. And then you mentioned that there was 2 years prior that was undocumented, or?
No, one year of just going to AA. Then I joined Maximus. I was in Maximus for 2 years when I was offered the stipulated agreement.
Okay.
So my last year of Maximus and my first year of probation were coterminous.
Okay.
Since then, Maximus has been over, and it's been another 1.5 years of just probation. On I don't know if I can correct one other thing, but it's a minor point. She said it's quarterly reports. It's monthly reports to a probation monitor, who then quarterly reports to the boards and that sort of thing.
So for the last year, you've been monitored monthly?
I mean, I've been monitored monthly for 4.5 years.
Okay, but
Now-
yeah,
Oh,
just-
you mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a monthly report that I send in, and then quarterly, my supervising physician also sends a report into Mr. Siemens, the probation monitor,
Okay,
who does a good job, I would say.
okay, great, thank you.
Go ahead.
How long do you believe you've been an alcoholic?
Well, I had an alcoholic father, and I think I was an alcohol abuser from my teens. And in the mid-2000s, it took off, largely because of stress. I had a lot going on.
Sure.
And I think, 2007, 2008 was, my undoing.
Outside of the period of sobriety since the second arrest, were there any other periods in your life when you attempted sobriety and failed?
Yes, I decided that I needed to stop drinking in the mid-1990s, and I stayed. At first, I went to 12-step programs, and then I felt like I got this, And I was about 5 years, and then I had one right around maybe year 2000, and the sky didn't come crashing down. The police didn't come, and I thought, well, and then a period of time went by, and I had another one, and it took that from about 2000 to 2007 to progress. But alcoholism is a disease that's progressive, and it will, that's a lesson that I've learned, but I get to carry that, that experience does help my fellows when I share that.
seeing as how you've had one prior period after pretty sustained abstinence and then relapsed, what do you feel is different about this current episode?
It's day and night, because I had slid out of involvement with 12-step programs back then. Now I have, it's in this packet, but I'm on the board at central office. I do hospitals, institutions, meetings. I participate in this health support group. I run a STEP workshop. I mean, it's, I'm Joe AA. In fact, I brought a big book to read something out of, but I think won't do that. But because I'd have to give you all big books, put it in evidence. But it's a big part of my life. I go to a meeting every day unless there's a really good reason not to.
Finally, now we all have stresses in our lives. In the past, you used to turn to alcohol. What do you turn to now?
Well, prayer first, support of my fellows. It's hard to get too far afield with any kind of stress when you're working with alcoholics constantly, because you constantly are seeing, how little your problems are compared to the problems of the people that you're helping. So, I live a grateful life, and I'm grateful to be here and have this opportunity. So, and I can represent myself and not screw up too much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I did think of another follow-up question if the board doesn't have any more questions.
Does the board have any further questions?
I have a couple of questions. First, Mr. Lucas, congratulations on your sobriety for 5.5 years. That's great. 2 questions. My first one is, during the time that you were drinking, did you ever see patients when you'd been drinking?
No, but I'm certain that I don't think so. But in fact, in the disciplinary action, there was never a complaint from a patient. But I'm sure that I wasn't all I could be. If you're hungover, you're hungover. You're not everything you should be. And that's one of the things I'm grateful for, that I can give everything to my employer, and then some. And, I'm the go-to guy, whereas before I would disappear. And when I knew I was impaired, I wouldn't answer the phone. I'd let the person on second call get it. And, I don't ever have to do that anymore.
Okay. My second question is, in your narrative, you stated that you were inconvenienced by the stipulations of probation in that it causes you not to be able to go to the operating room. Is that correct?
Well, there's one of the hospitals will not grant me privileges because I'm on probation. And in the practice that I'm in, the biggest cases are done in the hospital. And I'm a physician assistant in surgery. I'm like another surgeon. And, the bigger, heavier cases, I've got 2 doctors, one of whom is older, and it's getting problematic more so. I mean, he's doing the job I'm supposed to be doing. And they've been very patient, and they've served as my on-site supervisors for, 4.5 years. And I really think they would appreciate. I mean, that's the basis of this application, is that if I could work at Cedars-Sinai, I could do these big cases with them. Another one that brings up one other thing is, it's not for financial gain. It's mentioned in the opposition that, to be able to make more money is not a reason to terminate probation. I'm a salaried employee, and I don't make another dollar for going to the hospital or wherever I do the cases. I'm not paid on a per-case basis. I just get a salary. So it's really to more completely fulfill my obligation as their employee. And, they asked, when can this happen? And I thought, I gave them the end of Maximus date, and then I gave them another date, and then I found out through an application process that I can't get privileges while I'm on probation. So they keep on asking me, and I keep on telling them it's in the future, and I would like to be able to do that for them. And it will be delayed, because this probation is also probation in Connecticut and New York, and I imagine Cedars will not give me privileges until I'm not on probation anywhere, and that process may take quite a while. So, it's 1.5 years early. I feel like my recovery is strong, but I think it's going to be quite some time before I achieve that goal anyway. So that's why I asked for this favor.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board?
I do. With if you are granted that and you are able to do surgery, which poses an additional burden and possibly stress, do you have something in place that in the event that you start doing surgeries again, that will help in the event that you become stressed?
Well, I already, for people that are in the surgical field, doing surgery is actually the opposite of stressful. It's the nicest place to be. It's the place where we love to be. So we're in our element in the operating room. So it's the opposite of stress, being in surgery. But I already operate with them almost every day in our 2 surgery centers, one in Beverly Hills and one in Rancho Mirage, and at Eisenhower Medical Center in Rancho Mirage. The reason I have privileges there is I already had privileges there. So if I were trying to get privileges at Eisenhower at this point, that might be a problem. But they just wanted to be communicative with my probation monitor, and they've been nice about it. But we do a fair amount of hospital work now. It just means one more. You know, it might not add up to more than a dozen cases a year, but these are whopper cases, and that's what it's about. So, I mean, I think my stress comes from private life and home life. I've got a 16-year-old son, so that's where that goes. But I'm at a meeting every day. I have a sponsor and a sponsee, and you know, I've got a lot of program going on.
Any further questions from the board members? Ms. O'Carroll, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, Mr. Lucas, as part of the resolution of the criminal charges of the DUIs against you, were you required to participate in any kind of alcohol substance abuse program?
Yeah, there was the awareness program, I think it's called. It's for second offender DUIs. I never, you know, I had my 2 DUIs so close together, I never got, there's another course that you take after one, but I never qualified for that because I had 2 before I even hit the system. So I guess you're right, there was, that's not, they don't really monitor there, but when you go to that weekly meeting, they reserve the right to breathalyzer use, so I suppose that in a sense I was monitored, that I at least wasn't drinking on the day of those meetings kind of thing. But there was that, and then I also had a punitive thing where I wore an ankle thing for 2 weeks, and I had to be home 12 hours a day. I think I'm nearing the end of the criminal probation period. The only thing that really stipulates is that you know, if I'm ever driving and I have measurable alcohol, I'm in violation of probation.
Your criminal probation?
Yeah.
And were you required to attend any Alcoholics Anonymous program as part of the criminal probation or disposition?
Well, during that period, for the first year of my sobriety, I went to an AA meeting every single day or more than one. So, and they required something like 1 a week. So it was kind of silly. I'd show them my card and they would, you know, giggle at how many meetings I had compared to how many most people that. But yeah, there were AA meetings required.
The Maximus program that you entered, was that before or after you had the criminal conviction?
It was after, because I believe that the PA board got notified of the convictions once I pled. It wasn't until about 9 months after the offenses that I finally did plea. You know, at that point, my sponsor said, leave your legal problems to lawyers. He kept getting continuances trying to beat the criminal phase down. You know, originally the district attorney wanted 30 days in county jail, and they ended up with 2 weeks of an ankle bracelet. So.
And were there representations then made to the DA that you were already participating, for example, in AA and Maximus?
Absolutely. I gave my attorney my attendance cards from AA meetings every time I saw him during those months.
Okay, thank you.
I just have 1 or 2. When does your criminal probation end?
I think it was 5 years, and I pled in 2009, so it'll be next year.
Okay. And then I believe your relapse plan consisted of your sponsor and prayer, and is there anything else?
Well, there's prayer first, daily meetings, working with others, and regular attendance at this health support group, because most of the things that stress healthcare providers are the same things. And these are all physician assistants and dentists and pharmacists in the health support group that I attend. Most of the people in this group are there as part of Maximus, and I'm there kind of as an alumni Maximus. And when I used to go to it as a stipulation of the Maximus program, there were one or two people that were out of Maximus that still came. So it's kind of, I like to follow the example of what the winners did. The people that stayed sober long term, stayed involved and stayed engaged in the recovery process and in supporting others. So, I mean, that's my prevention of relapse. I don't think that relapse happens because you broke your shoelace and just said, I got to go get a drink because I broke my shoelace. It's more of a working through the steps of AA backwards. You go from working with others to not working with others. You stop taking a daily moral inventory. Instead of having God remove your defects of character, you're developing defects of character. Instead of believing in God, you become your own God. It's a backwards progression. And when you're working with others, you kind of realize what step you're on, and when you're asking somebody else to solve their problems, what step applies to that problem? You're asking it of yourself. When my sponsee doesn't call me, I don't call him. I call my sponsor because, that's the way it works. He's bringing to my attention my defects. The real way to stay sober is the same way that Dr. Bob and Bill did it in the beginning and when they wrote the big book in 1939. And it's the same way today. The entire recovery industry is based on the 12 steps. And that's the key.
Thank you. Is there anything further, Ms. Carroll?
Just in conclusion, or you mean questioning-wise?
What, anything in conclusion of your...
Just to conclude, I would reiterate the position of the Attorney General that terminating probation is not appropriate in this case. And I would like to just address a suggestion made by Mr. Lucas that some attorney, whether it be his own or of the state, made some kind of representation as to how easy it is to get probation or whether it should occur. There's no evidence, reliable, admissible evidence of that, and that's not something appropriate for the board's consideration. What is appropriate for the board's consideration is the evidence of what Mr. Lucas has done, what his life is, and what his previous history is. And despite the fact of his commendable continuing sobriety, his history, as well as his motivation for seeking the termination of probation, which is to expand his practice and add even greater expansion of his uses of his license, is not an appropriate grounds. Specifically, to just highlight as example of that, the purpose of the hospital, who does not want to extend privileges to licensees who have active probation, is specifically because they're relying on the board's judgment and on the agreements entered into by the parties as to what probation is, when it should occur, and how long it should continue. And in this case, the stipulated agreement was that it would last for another 1.5 years, and there's not been sufficient evidence of showing why that should be altered.
Mr. Lucas, do you have anything further to add?
Just my last point is when I was an active alcoholic, life was really bad, and it was like hell. In AA, some people say that religion's for people that are afraid of going to hell, and spirituality is for people that have already been there. That's the reason I don't drink today, and that's the reason I do everything I do in service. It's not to not pee dirty or something, or, I mean, I do believe that the testing that's done as part of probation is definitely a valuable tool in the early going for the first few years. I think it's very helpful to the people that are starting because, and I could say from personal experience that the fantasy of drinking doesn't last but a fraction of a second when you know there's no possibility that you can get away with it. So it is a useful tool. But as the years go by and your sobriety matures, I just think it's a waste of time and money at this point as far as the testing. As far as probation, monthly reports, and that sort of thing, if it weren't a problem with the hospital, I honestly wouldn't be here. I would just let the time clock go on until it was over. I'm concerned with my employing physicians And I'm already working at one hospital, and I'm already working in 2 surgery centers. And as I said, you're talking about adding to my caseload about 12 cases a year. It's just that they're big cases, and I've got 2 surgeons that I serve. One's in his 40s, and he's an animal. He can do it all day. And the other guy's got bad knees, and it's very difficult. And these kind of cases, you really need 2 operators. You just can't possibly. I could show you pictures on my laptop of what we do, but it would blow your mind how it's gigantic weight loss patients with yards and yards of work to do. So I'm asking for them. I'll enjoy being off probation. I'll enjoy being able to travel and not have to make sure that there's a lab within striking distance or that there's a cell signal to check and that sort of thing. And I won't lie about that. But I think that the record ought to give credit for the 2 years before I was ever stipulated to be anywhere, that I was in Maximus and doing above and beyond what the terms of probation are. I was voluntarily in for that period of time. If this was a criminal situation and you were serving, you would get credit for time served. But there's not a process for this. And I guess that's all I have to add.
Thank you for coming today. Please check with our court reporter if you want to get a copy of or the information for a transcript of these proceedings. This concludes your hearing, and as I said before, you will receive a decision from the board at some point in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And you'll go to the back to make sure the documents are appropriately redacted. Ms. O'Connell, do you want the? No, you're going to redact and then give it back to me. Ms. Burns?
Just gonna get some more water.
Thank you. Ms. Banks, are you ready? Ms. Banks?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay. Okay, I'll proceed next to the petition of Ms. Michelle Burns. We have a quorum of the board members present. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
I'm Deputy Attorney General Ashley Harlan.
And I notice that the petitioner is here representing herself.
Correct.
Ms. Harlan, could you please present the overview?
Yes. Petitioner is here before you today asking that the Physician's Assistant Board grant her petition for early termination of probation. Petitioner appears before the board after stipulating to the terms and conditions of a 5-year probationary license, which became effective on December 3rd, 2010. Petitioner's stipulation followed the December 10, 2009 filing of an accusation. The accusation alleged violations of Business and Professions Code 2236, conviction of a crime substantially related to the qualifications, functions, and duties of a physician's assistant, Section 2238, violation of a drug statute, and Section 2261, false representations. And that on October 22nd, 2007, petitioner used a patient's name to fill 2 prescriptions, one for Norco and one for Oxycontin, and purchased the prescriptions with the patient's credit card. On May 3rd, 2008, petitioner was charged with fraudulently using an access card and fraudulent prescribing, both misdemeanors, and on December 22nd, 2008, petitioner pled guilty to these charges. Petitioner later stipulated to a settlement agreement revoking her physician's assistant license, stayed pending 5 years probation. Petitioner now requests that the board terminate her terms of probation 2 years early. In order to receive early termination of probation, petitioner must prove by clear and convincing evidence that she has rehabilitated by demonstrating that she has and will continue to abide by the laws governing physician's assistants. In weighing the evidence, the board is advised to carefully consider the underlying conduct, petitioner's conviction for a crime committed during the commission of her professional duties, as well as petitioner's longstanding history of substance abuse. Consider whether petitioner has shown that she is rehabilitated such that the board can be convinced that she will abide by the Medical Practices Act.
Do you want to deal with the exhibits now?
Sure. You each have an exhibit binder in front of you. Exhibit 1 is the Physician Assistant Board of California Certificate of Licensure. I'd like to mark and move into evidence.
I'm marking the document described by Ms. Harlan as document number 1. Ms. Burns, have you seen this document?
I saw it today, yes, I have a copy in front of me.
Do you have any objections to this document coming into evidence?
I do not.
The document is admitted.
Exhibit number 2 are the jurisdictional documents, including the underlying decision in this case, the original accusation is filed, and a notice of hearing. I'd like to mark and move into evidence.
I'm marking as State's Exhibit number 2, the documents described by Ms. Harlan. Ms. Burns, have you seen these documents?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to these documents being admitted into evidence?
No.
The documents are admitted.
Exhibit 3 is the petition for early termination of probation, including the petition, some statements of support, results from PACE examination, and some continuing education credentials.
I'm marking as Exhibit number 3, the documents described by Ms. Harlan. Ms. Burns, have you seen these documents?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to these documents being admitted into evidence?
No.
The documents are admitted into evidence. Ms. Harlan, do you have anything further?
I'll have questions for cross, but nothing further at this time.
Okay. Ms. Burns, this is your opportunity to present your case. I noticed you were present when I gave the instructions to the petitions earlier. Do you have any questions right now?
No.
Okay. You may testify on your own behalf, and you're reminded that the board and the Attorney General may question you. If you call any witnesses, they too will be subject to questioning. You may proceed.
Okay.
Oh, please raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you. I've written a statement that I'd like to read for the board.
You're going to have to speak louder.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I have a statement that I'd like to read.
You might want to pull the microphone closer to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to sit before you and discuss the possible early completion of my probation. I would like to start by first apologizing to the board for using my physician assistant license irresponsibly. I put the public in danger. I used the privilege my license afforded me to serve my own selfish needs, and for that I am truly remorseful. I wish that I could tell the patient and family that I took advantage of how sorry I am. I hope that the, excuse me, I hope that the members of the board will accept my apology to the family. I know I cannot undo that day as much as I want to, but I can make sure that I never do something like that again. I've spent the last 6 years doing everything within my power to make sure I become and am a person of integrity, honesty, and someone who is committed to respect and use my physician assistant license for the purposes the board intends. The person I was 6 years ago was capable of stealing and self-prescribing medications. I am no longer that person. I believe the packet of information and evidence I submitted to the board clearly shows proof that I have made the commitment to myself, the public, and the board to never use my license to cause harm again. I feel that I've gone above and beyond what was minimally required of me. The purpose of going above and beyond was twofold. Yes, first, to keep the license I worked so hard to get in the first place. But secondly, because I no longer want to be someone who is depressed and self-prescribes to deal with life. I wanted and still want more out of life. My life is in such a different place today because of the commitment I have made to myself. I would like to describe a few of the moments of the last 6 years that I feel have been turning points in my recovery. While I was in inpatient rehab, one of the male residents left the facility against the advice of the staff and made it clear. Yes. No, it's okay.
People tend to read fast.
I guess. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'll start that paragraph over. Thank you. While I was in inpatient rehab, one of the male residents left the facility against the advice of the staff and made it very clear to everyone around him that he was going back out to get a big hit of heroin. Roughly 3 days later, the head counselor came into group to announce that he was dead. He had overdosed on heroin, and the people who were with him dumped his body at the side of the road. At that moment, I began to understand the severity of my disease and that it could take my life. Around year 3 of my sobriety, I was watching Dr. Drew's rehab show. One of the male residents had taken Taekwondo before his addiction began and had spent many years studying under the same sensei. But when his addiction took over, he lost the sense of what the sport had given him and was too ashamed to go back on previous attempts at sobriety. Dr. Drew helped him reconnect with his sensei, and I got to see what it was like for him to return to the sport. I realized what he had been missing and how much he enjoyed it. Shortly after seeing this, I started cycling regularly and joined a gym a few years later. I forgot how much I enjoyed using my body in sport and how much I feel alive in exercise. I've completed a few 100-mile bike rides and plan to continue working on my strength as a cyclist. I recently found out that my niece is anorexic. I identify with this niece a great deal and have been part of her life since her birth. Her parents continue to disagree on the severity of her illness and the importance of treatment. Through this situation, I realized how short my own parents fell in being able to help me. I realized how woefully unprepared I was to be an adult and how little I had been offered by my parents in the way of an example of adult or even professional behavior. I feel blessed that I have a therapist who has been that adult example and has been able to help me grow into more of an adult than I've ever been. I have no intention of stopping therapy with her just because my probation might end. About 3 months ago, I was walking back to my car after shopping at a Kohl's when the daughter of a patient I had cared for came up to me. I had had a very brief interaction with her at the nursing home in which I had explained to her her dad's diagnoses and prognosis. She told me her father had passed away 2 weeks prior, and she thanked me for helping her understand what was happening to him. They had chosen to take him home with hospice and focus on the quality of the rest of his life. She thanked me for helping her honor her father's life and wishes at the end. This is such an important moment to me. It reminds me how important my work is to people's lives. It reminds me that I can have a positive impact on people even though I am helping them at the end of their life. I had only talked to this family once. The daughter told me how much she appreciated my sense of caring and empathy. This moment reminds me that people connect with me when I am most myself. I care about my work. I care about the people I take care of, and I care about the people I work alongside of. I am proud to know that my caring comes across and that people are helped by it. I know that this moment would not have been possible had I not been sober. I know that none of these moments would be so vivid and impactful had I not been sober. I know that I will have more of these moments as long as I stay sober. I hope that I've been able to convey how much my sobriety means to me personally. My sobriety is about so much more than my PA license. I would like to point out to the board that during my entire career as a physician assistant, I have never been sued by a patient for any malpractice. I am currently credentialed and have good relationships with several of our contracted medical groups. I am asked to train and orient new employees, including physicians. I am well liked and respected by the nursing homes that I visit. I have been dedicated to better myself not only as a PA, but as a responsible member of my community. I've completed more than the 5 years of monitoring that my probation mandated. Were you to decide to grant me early termination, my license is still subject to the same disciplinary action all other licensees are held to. Early termination does not relieve me from continuing the same professional and personal conduct that I have been exhibiting for the last 6 years. I have become quite happy working in the nursing home setting and have no intention of returning to see patients in the home environment. I have built many friendships in the nursing homes and prefer to work alongside more people. In the nursing home, I do not have access to medications and cannot order things that are not related to individual patients. In the statement I received from the Attorney General prior to this hearing, it was stated that I have not been sober long enough as to related to the length of my addiction. The California Physician Assistant Diversion Program through Maximus recommends 5 years of monitoring, and the decision was made that because of my efforts and compliance, that I would be allowed to leave after only 4 years and 4 months of monitoring. In my opinion, there is no correlation between the length of my addiction and the success of my sobriety. I feel that I have shown an enormous amount of effort and commitment to my sobriety. I would also like to comment on my intention in admitting to the investigator from the board that I had begun my addiction at age 13. I did so in an effort to be open and honest, and also to show that I have done the work to not be afraid to hide the truth about my addiction. But I want to point out that I did not spend the entire 26 years as engulfed in my addiction as I was at the end. As a teenager, I experimented and my addiction would wax and wane. I was able to achieve things, work full-time, graduate from college and PA school, and pass the PA boards. I have not had any other legal problems and have been able to achieve things in my life and hope to go on achieving more in my sobriety. The other argument made by the Attorney General is that there is no evidence to demonstrate how I will behave when released from monitoring. I believe there is plenty of evidence. I believe my commitment to doing more than what was asked of me is strong evidence that I am personally committed to sobriety and have no interest in risking relapse in any way. While I was in inpatient rehab, the first case manager I had liked to joke that I only had to change one thing to stay sober: everything. While I have not changed my profession, I did indeed change pretty much everything else in my life. I ended a 7-year relationship. I moved into a studio apartment, giving up a home and a condo. I changed all of the relationships with my family. I eat better, I exercise more, I have all new friends. My life looks completely different than it did 6 years ago. I believe that I showed my commitment to sobriety when I had surgery on my left knee to repair a torn ACL. In October 2010, I had the surgery done and declined a prescription for narcotic pain medication to use during the recovery. I instead chose not to risk a slippery slope of addiction. I had the surgery to improve the function of my knee so I could return to sports. I think this shows a tremendous amount of dedication to my recovery and sobriety. The Attorney General also stated that I have been staying sober, quote, largely with the assistance provided by chemical dependency treatment programs, unquote. I would like to point out that my chemical dependency treatment ended when I left sober living and completed my year of outpatient treatment at Kaiser. I have been monitored the entire time, but that is not the same as treatment. For the past 5 years, I've been living on my own and managing my own sobriety. The monitoring I've participated in, either voluntarily or mandated, did not offer me assistance to stay sober. They only monitored that I was staying sober. The decision and responsibility to stay sober and form coping mechanisms lay solely on my own desire and dedication for the past 5 years, and not due to any form of monitoring. I was given the tools to stay sober in treatment, but when that ended after the first year, it became my responsibility. I would also like to point out that the first 4 years and 4 months with Maximus were monitored to a greater degree, but since being released from Maximus 18 months ago, I have continued to prove that I am capable and motivated to maintain my sobriety and my professional behavior. In my probation orders, it states under number 17, titled Condition Fulfillment, that, quote, a course, evaluation, or treatment completed after the acts that give rise to the charges in the accusation, but prior to the effective date of the decision, may, in the sole discretion of the committee or its designee, be accepted towards fulfillment of the condition, unquote. I would ask you to please consider that I have completed more than the 5 years my probation order calls for, and have done so with board-approved monitoring, first with Maximus and then secondly with probation. In addition, I voluntarily underwent evaluation by the Physician Assessment and Clinical Education Program at the University of California, San Diego, who passed me with minor recommendations. I feel that I have fulfilled my obligation to the board and have shown that I am safe to practice medicine without any further monitoring. I would like to just briefly summarize my efforts toward rehabilitation. 60 days inpatient chemical dependency rehab, 1 year outpatient rehab, 10 months sober living, to date almost 6 years one-on-one psychotherapy, 4 years and 4 months compliant participation with Maximus Diversion Program, to date 5 years and 10 months negative urine drug screens, to date 5 years of continuous employment with the same employer, current physician assistant and DEA licenses, participation in continuing education, PACE program participation and clearance, and 100% compliance with 3 years of board probation. Lastly, I would like to briefly describe how early termination from probation would have a positive impact on me personally and my PA career. I would be able to use the money dedicated to the cost of drug screening and probation monitoring elsewhere. I will be able to re-credential with the NCCPA. I will be free from the random drug screening, which could fall on any day. I will have more opportunity to credential and work with more medical groups or hospitals in the future, opening up more opportunity for my career. And most important to me personally, And most importantly to me personally, when probation ends, I feel that I will be able to begin to move on with my life in a more positive way. The weight of monitoring and probation feels as though I continue to carry the same shame of my previous behavior. I know what I did was terribly wrong, but I've worked extremely hard to become a person who would never do anything to harm a patient ever again. I hope this statement has given you the opportunity to get to know me better. I hope I have given you the evidence you need to prove my rehabilitation and ability to safely practice medicine. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Ms. Harlan, do you have any questions?
I do. Ms. Burns, I want to first begin by asking you about your current employment. You're currently practicing as a physician's assistant, correct?
Correct.
How many hours do you work weekly?
Minimum of 40. Sometimes I take call on the weekends, and that could be an extra 12 hours at home taking phone calls.
Can you describe for the board your work environment? Are you working in a hospital or a clinic, for example?
I work in skilled nursing homes.
How many physicians do you currently assist?
Primarily one, but I have a delegation of services with 2.
Is your employer aware of your past conviction?
Yes.
I now want to ask you about the circumstances that led to your probationary license. On October 22nd, 2007, you fraudulently prescribed and purchased prescriptions for Norco and OxyContin, correct?
Correct.
On May 3rd, 2008, you were charged with fraudulently using an access card and fraudulent prescribing, correct?
Correct.
And on May 3rd, 2008, you pled guilty to these charges?
Correct.
Following your conviction, your NCCPA certification was revoked, correct?
Correct.
And on December 10th, 2009, an accusation was filed against you?
Correct.
On December 3rd, 2010, you entered into a stipulated settlement agreement, correct?
Correct.
And in the stipulated settlement agreement, you agreed to admit the truth of the causes alleged in the accusation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm now going to ask you about your history of substance abuse. Do you currently use drugs?
I do not.
When did you last use drugs?
November 19th, 2007.
And what was the last drug that you used?
Vicodin.
Do you currently drink alcohol?
I do not.
When did you last drink alcohol?
Prior to November 19th, 2007, but I don't recall a specific date.
You began abusing alcohol at the age of 13, correct?
Correct.
What led you to begin abusing alcohol at such a young age?
I come from a very addictive family, a very alcoholic, abusive family. There was a lot of drug abuse and abuse in general going on.
Can you describe what you mean by abuse in general?
Both my parents hit us physically, and both were, in my opinion, emotionally abusive.
You eventually progressed to abusing opiates, correct?
Correct.
Can you please describe exactly what drugs you were abusing?
OxyContin and Norco.
You previously mentioned Vicodin.
Mm-hmm.
Was that by prescription?
Honestly, I don't recall.
Ms. Harlan, are these questions relevant to her rehabilitation?
I'm trying to establish the underlying bases for the action to sort of lay a balancing test for the rehabilitation versus the underlying substance abuse.
The board has had the opportunity to review her, the underlying cause in the accusation. So I'm just wondering if all of this is necessary.
I find it to be distinct, the conviction itself versus a personal history with substance abuse. So I'm sort of trying to give the board all the information to help weigh the time frame that we've been looking at here. But if you would prefer, I can move past these questions.
I think that would be better. So if you could focus on the rehabilitative aspects, that would be better.
Have you considered the impact that your actions have had on your past patient?
Yes.
Can you please describe what impact you believe your actions had?
I believe they were angry rightfully so. I believe they felt violated. I feel that I would imagine that they never let another healthcare provider in their home, that they would be distrustful of that. They were probably shocked. I'm not saying that they felt those things over a period of 24 hours. It probably took time.
Do you currently consider yourself to be an addict?
In recovery, yes, an addict in recovery.
What does recovery mean to you?
It means an active and my participation in staying clean and sober and not using drugs or alcohol.
And when did your recovery begin?
I consider my sobriety date November 20th, 2007.
How are you able to maintain your sobriety?
As I just stated, my life looks very different. The stressors that I was under when I was in the depths of my addiction are no longer there. I've removed myself completely from that environment. I have all new friends. Therapy plays a huge role. I did participate in AA and NA during my time at Maximus. I have new interests in my life that are more positive, and those are the things I tend to focus on.
Approximately how much of your time in recovery have you been enrolled in either a treatment program or a monitoring program of some sort?
The entire time.
Can you please describe the nature of the recovery programs that you've attended?
I thought I just did. Briefly, inpatient rehab, outpatient rehab, the 4 years and 4 months with Maximus, and the 3 years of probation monitoring with the PA board. And there's, again, listed in my packet and that you handed to me as well, all my other efforts.
Have you found these programs to be of assistance to you in maintaining your sobriety?
Yes.
In what way?
Honestly, that's a difficult question. There are so many ways. My sobriety in the 6 years has evolved. It is not the same as it was a month into it, 6 months, a year. And as my statement kind of alluded to, my personal experiences have helped me develop to where I am today.
Prior to the November, I think it's November 2007 date, your sobriety birth date, prior to that date, had you attempted sobriety?
Truthfully, honestly, yes, I had. Not nearly with any kind of helpful advice or, and basically what I did was just stop on my own, attempt to stop on my own. So you could call that an attempt, but it wasn't going to be successful.
Approximately how many times have you attempted sobriety in the past?
I can remember one attempt.
And since the November 2007 date, have you relapsed?
I have not.
Are there any additional details about your substance abuse history that you'd like to share with the board?
Not at this time.
No further questions.
Are there any questions by the board?
I have just a few. First, congratulations on 6 years of sobriety. At any time, did you ever see any patients while you were under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
And when was the last time that happened?
The dates that I self-prescribed.
Approximately.
I believe it was October, approximately 20th, 2007.
And that was in the home health setting?
Not technically home health. I was working for the same company doing home visits. So I guess you would, sorry. I guess you could call it home health, yes.
Okay. Are you still under any criminal probation terms or conditions?
No.
What harm is there in the extension of your probation or in you completing your terms of probation? How does that harm you?
It's held me back at work a little bit. I'm not able to credential with every medical group that we see patients with. They've been helpful and understanding. It's kept me from some credentialing in hospitals. It's kept me from some advancement in my company. There's the financial impact. Travel's difficult.
You work in skilled nursing facilities and
I work for a company, it's called JerryNet, and basically we contract with different medical groups, different IPAs to do their nursing home care. So if a patient is in the hospital for a short period and gets weak and before they go home need some rehab, that's where we step in at the nursing home level and help them recuperate and then transfer on to home. The newest term is called a SNFist, kind of sort of like a hospitalist.
okay, but my question wasn't clear. I'm sorry. What is the setting that you primarily work in, inpatient or outpatient?
I guess it's considered inpatient.
Okay, and it's in a skilled nursing facility or nursing home, not in a hospital.
Correct.
Thank you. Do you still attend any NA or AA meetings?
I don't. I stopped going to them when I finished with Maximus.
Okay. And my last question is, how would it benefit your patients if you were to be released from probation early?
I really feel that it gives me the opportunity to grow. It gives me the opportunity, the freedom to do more with the company I work with and to continue to gain education and to continue to do more as a PA. I'm a little limited right now in terms of being the scope of practice being within the nursing home.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
I know that an
Addiction is considered, alcoholism, opiate addiction is a lifelong process. And most people do continue, I think, educate me if I'm wrong, with NA or AA throughout their lives. Are you replacing that with something? What's your comment on that?
As my previous colleague, I respect his views, and there's a common view that AA, NA is required for the rest of your life. I found at the end of the, I think it was 4 years and 4 months of sobriety, that I wasn't connecting with AA or anymore. I was just frustrated. I would walk into meetings. I found a group of people that I connected with, and people still had bad behavior. Someone who was sober 20 years was, being federally prosecuted for something financial. A person who was felt to be a leader in the group relapsed at 17 years. And my frustration wasn't that they were having bad behavior, but I felt that they weren't willing to look at why they were still doing what they were doing. And for me to gain confidence in myself and my ability to have control over whether I take another drink or drug came from the therapy I go through. And I didn't feel, again, no disrespect, but I didn't feel that turning to the big book to read things, turning to a higher power that was outside of myself, gave me the control over that. I can't say whether I'm going to use drugs again. I don't have any intention to. I feel confident in my ability to stay sober. I have resources. I speak up. I go to people if I'm struggling. But I just didn't connect with AA or NA. It just didn't work for me.
Are you planning on continuing your individual therapy indefinitely?
I don't really have any intention of even reducing the number of sessions I have per week.
Then finally, in retrospect, you certainly have discussed the harm you feel you did to the patients you saw. Who do you think you harmed more on that day, the patient or yourself?
Well, I was continually harming myself. So that day saved my life. So I can't say that it harmed me. It hasn't been easy, but I think I harmed the patient more.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have one. Do you have a sponsor?
I had a sponsor, and I knew her, and I have known her the whole 6 years. I don't consider her my sponsor anymore. She's more of a friend.
And are you in constant contact with her?
No.
Do you have a relapse plan?
My relapse plan is to speak up when and if I ever think about things that might bring me to drugs. What I found successful is when I notice stress. And when I speak up and I'm questioning what I'm thinking, that's when I speak up. To me, that's the point to speak up, rather than letting it escalate to the point where I start to think about using drugs or alcohol.
And when you say speak up, would you speak up to whom?
To the close friends, to my therapist.
And how long have you been seeing a therapist?
Since I left inpatient rehab, so that's, I have it written down. 5 years and 10 months. No, I apologize. It's about almost 6 years. Fairly accurate.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Go ahead.
In something that I read, you stated that because you were in a nursing home or a SNF, that you weren't around drugs and didn't have access to those. But if you were no longer under probationary license, you would then be in settings where you were around drugs and possibly prescribing drugs. So that seemed to me is what kind of got you in trouble in the first place. So how are you going to have a plan for that?
Well, right now, let me just clarify that, yes, in the skilled nursing home, when I write a medication, and I do write for narcotics at times, that those go on orders at the nursing home. But there are times, and I do carry a prescription pad, where I will be writing usually a C2 medication for the patient to go home with, because they won't dispense from the nursing home. So I have a prescription pad with me at all times. What my plan is, number one, I don't plan to ever go back to homes. That's not a good environment for me. It's not a safe environment for me. The other part to that too is that, when I was doing that work, I was always alone. No one was monitoring me. So I clearly took advantage of that. But not to say that in the future, my plan is to not do that, because when I'm around other people, I'm happier. At that point, I would have told you, no, I prefer being alone. Clearly, that was sick at that point. I like to come into work and see people. I like to be around more patients. I like to be in that environment and have people checking in with me, and I get to check in with them and get to know them. My plan is, I understand that not going to AA, that's the traditional way of doing things. I understand that. And how do you understand not having a sponsor and going to someone specific? I'm going to admit that there have been times in the nursing home, those carts are locked up, and that nurse that has the cart is supposed to keep it under lock and key. But you walk in, they're getting rid of old medications, they're getting ready to discharge a patient. I walked into Norco on the counter in front of me, and I had to leave. I did leave. And so I know what's not safe for me. I know when I start to think in a way that isn't healthy. I'm the one that got me to this point. And so I like knowing where I'm heading. And I think that's what the work in psychotherapy has done for me.
So then, how would you consider your relationship with your supervising physicians right now? Are you close to them? Do they monitor you in any way?
Well, like I said, there are two. I work 90% with one, and the other one basically I use to help him out a little bit, and then if the one I'm primarily with is on vacation, then I need his help. So I speak to him by the phone. Typically, if I need assistance or there's something going on, he doesn't work side by side with me, so we alternate visits to the nursing home. He sees my work. He comes in. We typically see each other face to face about once a week.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, you said you see your therapist how often?
The same therapist I've been seeing since I left rehab. I see her 4 times a week.
4 times a week, okay. And then my last question is, have you had a chance to apologize to the family and that patient that was affected?
In the documents that I don't have them here, but from the Westminster courthouse, it stated that that they didn't want to talk to me, that they never wanted me to come to their home again. The first criminal attorney that I had asked me to contact them and ask them to write a letter of support for me. I fired him because I really don't think it's their job to help me anymore. I have mixed feelings about that, and that's why I wanted to take the opportunity today. I don't know how they feel, but I don't want to cause any more harm.
Any further questions? Ms. Harlan, would you like to conclude?
Yes. Board members, the standard for granting a petition for early termination of probation requires that you consider a number of things. Business and Professions Code, Section 3530, and Title 16, Section 1399.526 of the California Code of Regulations set forth the considerations that the board may take when deciding whether to grant petitioners' requests for early termination of probation. But I'd like to draw your attention to 2 of the named considerations. The first is the nature and severity of the underlying conduct, and the second is evidence of petitioner's rehabilitation. On May 3, 2008, petitioner was convicted of fraudulently using an access card and fraudulent prescribing. Petitioner committed these fraudulent acts during the commission of her professional duties in an effort to feed her long-standing opiate addiction. Petitioner argues that many years have passed since this misconduct, and petitioner has presented evidence that she is in recovery. She claims that she no longer uses drugs, such that the board should decide that she is not unsafe to practice or otherwise in need of probationary monitoring. However, the board should be concerned to learn that petitioner's long history of substance abuse began when she was only 13 years old, when she first began to abuse alcohol. Over the years, her substance abuse progressed to the use of opiates, which she did obtain through fraudulent acts that directly affected her ability to give competent patient care. Overall, petitioner's history of addiction spans approximately 26 years. She has abused drugs and/or alcohol for more than half of her life, and of the 6 years that she has maintained sobriety, she has done so with the near constant assistance of rehab programs or monitoring of some sort. She now wishes to be relieved from the monitoring provided by the board. She's also not attending AA. She has no sponsor, and so there we have a lessened oversight to petitioner's ability to sustain sobriety and her recovery. I urge the board to balance petitioner's 26 years of substance abuse against the 6 or so years that petitioner has demonstrated some ability to maintain her sobriety and carefully consider whether this is adequate showing of rehabilitation. I argue that it is not sufficient to demonstrate that petitioner is safe to practice without continued monitoring, and I recommend that the board deny petitioner's request for early termination of probation.
Ms. Burns?
I think the only other thing I would say is that the fact that I don't have a sponsor, I pay out of my own pocket to go to therapy 4 times a week for analysis. That's been the most effective thing for me personally. That person calls me out and is much healthier, in my opinion, than I would find in AA or NA rooms. So that's, I guess that's it.
This concludes your petition hearing in this matter. If you'd see the court reporter, she'll give you information about a transcript. And as I said before, you will get a decision at some point in the future, but not today. Thank you for attending today.
Thank you, everyone.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go into the last petition. Thank you. We're back on the record, and I note that we have a quorum. Mayor, I'm going to call the next case of Jeffrey Hamlin. Would you please state your appearance for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Tomplay, Deputy Attorney General here on behalf of the people. My last name is spelled Templet.
And Mr. Hamlin, I noticed that you're representing yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as I also noticed that you were here when I gave the initial instructions to all the petitioners. Do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Hamlin, sorry.
It's Tomplay.
Templet, would you give the overview for the board?
Sure. We are here today after a series of misconduct by Mr. Hamlin, the petitioner. I'm going to refer to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the board members. If you'll turn to the middle set of exhibits, in 2006,
Mr. Templet, would you like me to mark this binder as Exhibit 1, or do you want each separate exhibit marked?
I'd like to later introduce each exhibit separately as they're numbered, if that would work for the court. I'd just like to reference them for now, if that's okay.
Why don't we mark them for purposes of identification?
Okay.
And then you can refer to them.
Okay.
Okay.
At this point, I'd like to mark for identification the People's Exhibits 3 through 5. Exhibit 3 is an interim order. Exhibit 4 is an accusation. And Exhibit 5 is a stipulated settlement.
Do you want to take them in order?
Pardon me, Your Honor, I just wanted to deliver an opening statement.
Okay,
Perhaps
why don't
later
you go
I can
ahead and
introduce
deliver
the
it.
exhibits.
Okay.
Okay. In 2006, the petitioner was disciplined for providing patient care while under the influence. And he was under the influence of amphetamine, opiates, and barbiturates. He was further disciplined for his dishonesty about that misconduct. In 2008, the petitioner was arrested and charged with driving under the influence. Later pleaded no contest to a reckless driving charge. A year later, in 2009, the petitioner was again arrested and charged with driving under the influence, and he again pleaded no contest to a reckless driving charge in that case. Further, during that time in 2008 and 2009, the petitioner was disciplined for a variety of serious probation violations, including, for example, misappropriating a DEA license and prescribing without a physician's supervision, as he was required to have. What brings us here today is that following petitioner's 2008 and 2009 misconduct, he surrendered his license. Today he petitions for its reinstatement. As the petitioner, he bears the burden of showing by clear and convincing evidence that he has been sufficiently rehabilitated. And it is the people's position that Mr. Hamlin has not met that burden. Thank you. Your Honor, is this the appropriate time to introduce the exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me, I'm not familiar with the procedure. Your Honor, at this time, the people would like to introduce, for jurisdictional purposes only, Exhibit 1, the petition in this matter.
I'm marking as Exhibit 1 the petition for penalty relief filed by Mr. Hamlin. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen Exhibit 1?
I was able to thumb through it a little bit.
Do you have any objections to this document coming into
no, I don't.
evidence? The document will be admitted into evidence.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't my intent to admit the document.
Oh, you don't want?
Just for the limited purpose of jurisdiction, I don't want to admit the document.
The document is identified and will be referred to for jurisdictional purposes as Exhibit 1.
Okay, thank you. And for the same purpose, jurisdiction only, I'd like to admit Exhibit 2, which is just the notice of this hearing today.
I'm marking as Exhibit 2 the document described by Mr. Hamlin, or Mr. Templet. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document?
I do not.
Again, I'll take official notice of it.
Turning to Exhibits 3 through 5, I'd like to introduce Exhibit 3, which is a interim order.
I'm marking as exhibit number 3, the interim order of suspension. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen exhibit 3?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document?
I do not.
Mr. Templett, do you want this document admitted into evidence?
Yes, please.
The document is admitted.
Could I please move Exhibit 4 into evidence? This is a copy of a July 2006 accusation.
I'm marking as exhibit number 4, the accusation. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document?
No, I do not.
The document will be admitted.
And last, for this series of exhibits, I'd like to please introduce Exhibit 5. This is the stipulated settlement.
I'm marking as exhibit 5, the stipulation for settlement and disciplinary order. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document?
No, I do not.
Mr. Templett, do you want this document admitted into evidence?
Yes.
The document is admitted.
And turning to the last set of exhibits, Exhibits 6 through 8, could I first please introduce Exhibit 6, and this is the March 2009 interim order of suspension.
I'm marking as exhibit 6, the interim order described by Mr. Templett. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
And Mr. Templett, you want this document admitted into evidence?
Yes, please.
The document is admitted.
I also move to introduce Exhibit 7 into evidence. This is a copy of the accusation in that same case.
I'm marking as exhibit 7, the accusation and petition to revoke probation. Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document being admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
The document is admitted.
And last, could I please introduce Exhibit 8? This is the stipulated surrender of license in this matter.
I'm marking as exhibit number 8, the document described by Mr. Templett. And you want this document admitted into evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Hamlin, have you seen this document?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this document being admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
The document is admitted.
That's all of the people's exhibits. Thank you.
Mr. Hamlin, this is your opportunity to present your side of your case. You're free to call witnesses. Any witnesses you call will be subject to examination by the Attorney General and by the board. Do you have any questions before we proceed?
I do, Your Honor.
What's your question?
Would you mind repeating to me what you asked me to present at 1 o'clock as far as what you're looking from me?
The board is interested in what you've done in order to rehabilitate yourself since the action was taken on your license.
Okay.
So before you begin, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to testify that the testimony you are to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a little more intimidating than what I was expecting. I appreciate the opportunity to petition for my cause. I had submitted a petition, and I had furthermore submitted a written argument, and didn't realize that I was going to have to do even more, so I don't have anything written prepared today. I would like to just review that I did surrender my license, and you accepted that surrender. I appreciate that. I was in a pretty rough place emotionally at that time, and I appreciate you accepting my surrender. At this point, a lot has changed, and that's what I'd like to present here in just a moment as to how things are different from when I surrendered my license as compared to now, which I believe that's what you're asking. You know, how are things different? I'm not going to read through my argument for petition. I hope that you'd had an opportunity to look at those. It probably wouldn't take you more than 5 minutes. They're 2 paragraphs and then about 5 paragraphs before. So on the written argument, which I was given a letter dated October 17th to provide a written argument. The biggest thing to present that I'm a different person than the person that surrendered my license is the fact that I have a support of my wife. She's here with me today. She's a physician. She's an internist and a pediatrician. I'm not going to ask her to come up because she did write me a colleague letter, and it's in the middle of my petition. You can read her letter, and I think that it speaks for itself. Anything that I can't imagine her adding anything more to you guys. And I don't really, the thought when you mentioned that I could call a witness, she kind of panicked, so I'm not going to do that. But she did get to see me accept a jail work program, and as a spouse, I mean, that's got to be pretty tough, especially when you're in a position of her authority, and having a spouse in a small town, you know, out on the road in an orange jumpsuit, cleaning up trails. I mean, it was pretty hard for me. What made it even worse was my neighbor was my jailer, and you just happened to show up and see him, and you know, he did offer me the opportunity that I could choose another jailer, but I said no. You know, I'm here to take my lumps, and I think that was kind of the start. Additionally, at that time, that was in October. In August, we took a financial peace class to get our budget. You know, I used to spend out of control, never giving thought about tomorrow, thinking the home that I owned, I could always take another loan. Irresponsible behavior. You know, try to pay that off. Those are all different. We've negotiated payments plans, paid off debts. I don't ignore things anymore. Take them head on. As you can read, our niece, the state of California granted me a co-guardian of my niece. She's now 16. Pretty cool experience. Great accountability. I did see some of the stuff. I thought I wouldn't get choked up, but I did see some of the behavior in her that I probably could identify in me at that age. And so it's really important for me to go, oh, you don't want to do that, because the consequences of my actions, they just keep coming back. You don't get to choose your consequences, and you don't get to choose, you know, when they stop, and you don't get to choose who they're affecting. So I think that realization now is very different from when I surrendered my license in 2009. I did not understand that. My spouse and I discuss, you know, daily topics regarding medicine, new innovations. We attend CMEs together. I'm now going to flip over to my original petition in the narrative, where I believe that my rehabilitation is a work in progress. I'd heard a statement regarding contrition. It's really stuck with me for about 4 years, and I wanted to be clear. I you know, the stuff he said sounded pretty awful, and it just takes me back to how really awful I was behaving, and I acted unethically, unprofessionally, and illegally. Then I lied about it, and you know, I tried to pass blame on everybody else, and I'm sorry for that. It was just unbelievable how far I had slumped. I did like the story the first gentleman talked about when you're kind of doing compulsive behavior tendencies, you're kind of circling the drain, and at the end, boy, you just kind of you make a whole bunch of bad decisions. What's different now? I believe that God is in control. Our home is just as regimented, as peaceful where we're living here. I'm involved in a men's over 40 basketball on Monday nights. I officiate high school basketball and football. I do get paid, but it's not a lot. I attend a men's recovery discipleship group. It did meet on Tuesday nights. In January, we're moving that to Wednesday nights. On Tuesday nights, the youth group Savannah, that's my niece, is involved in, is going to be moved to our home on Tuesday nights. And then my wife and I attend a home Christian couples Bible study on Thursday nights. And I volunteer at the Crisis Pregnancy Center, which has been a great blessing. I do that every Wednesday and have done for a year and a half. So that those things are different. Those are things I never would have thought of even at the time of surrendering my license. I wrote some notes here, but I can't even read my writing. So it's part of my recovery is I do see a psychiatrist. Excuse me. She is an owner at Reading Psychiatric Group. Not only is she a psychiatrist, but she's an addictionologist. They have an outpatient program that I have participated in and completed. And although now she only sees me twice a year, in the beginning it was twice a week. So, I have to rely on her plan of care and come under her authority in my life. As part of the faith-based compulsive behavior recovery group that I attend on Tuesday nights, I have a spiritual Paul, a spiritual Timothy, and a spiritual Barnabas. And the spiritual Paul and the spiritual Timothy are biblical figures, but they're people that I've allowed into my life, similar to a sponsor, that I take authority to, and including coming here today. I called them. I got here. I realized I didn't have a dress shirt. About an hour and a half before I had to come, I didn't pack it, and I was panicked. And just texted them and asked if they thought it would be all right if I just wore a polo shirt, put my coat over it. And of course, he said that he didn't think that would be okay for you guys. It would be disrespectful. So we were able to find a store. So I think those all show that a different pattern of behavior. And I think that's all that I have to say. Do you have any questions of me?
Mr. Temple, do you have any questions for Mr. Hamlin?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hamlin.
Thank you.
Well, first, I just wanted to ask you about a statement you included in your narrative statement in your petition.
Sure.
And in your statement, you wrote, quote, "To be clear, I acted unethically, unprofessionally, and illegally. Then I lied, denied, or tried to pass blame for my actions." Is that correct?
If I put time into that. Yes, it is correct.
And Mr. Hamlin, is it fair to say that during those years, 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009, you were not an honest person?
That is fair to say.
I want to ask you a few questions about your substance abuse.
Yes, sir.
Could you please describe your current substance abuse treatment program?
Absolutely. Like I said before, I have a spiritual Paul, a spiritual Timothy, and a spiritual Barnabas. I meet once a week. Not only do I attend the meeting, but I'm also involved in outside activities that they plan, like the men's boat trip, men's poker nights, and men's pizza nights, and men's movie night. And we also have men's breakfast about every 6 weeks.
Are those programs accredited?
Accredited by who?
By anyone?
I don't understand the question.
Are those programs accredited by a medical facility or a medical treatment program?
I don't know that answer.
Who administers those programs?
Our church does.
Do you have any other, can you describe any other substance abuse treatment that you're undergoing?
Yeah, as previously mentioned, I see a psychiatrist who's not only a psychiatrist but an addictionologist, and I see her at her recommendation, which currently is twice a year.
I did want to ask you about your mental health treatment program, but first, how are you able to maintain your sobriety?
Oh, that's great. As I had written in the argument, let me go back here. The written argument, I think, is what. Oh, it's right here. The written argument. The second paragraph explains how I'm able to maintain my sobriety. Would you like me to read that?
If you'd care to. My question is just how do you maintain your sobriety?
Okay. Well, my wife is the most important attribute to me maintaining my sobriety. She keeps me accountable. She's in my life 24/7. There's nothing that I can hide from her. Having a 16-year-old in my home, it's very impossible. And if anybody has teenagers, very impossible to hide anything from her. Additionally to that, I have a spiritual Paul, a spiritual Timothy, and a spiritual Barnabas. I do meet with the pastor of my church. We meet every other Thursdays for breakfast and a devotion time, and we garage sale every other Saturday when my wife isn't working. We've been doing that for about a year.
Thank you. You mentioned as part of your substance abuse program is seeing a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe your relationship with your psychiatrist?
Oh, Dr. Adanasio is amazing. She asks about everything that's going on in my life, not just my addiction. Other compulsive behavior tendencies, my marriage, our finances. She has children. As a single parent, she's very concerned. If I've taken parenting classes, am I taking anything to keep up on how to rear a teenager? And so it's great.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you spell
Dr.
her name
Atanasio?
for the court
I have
reporter?
to look it up. Actually, you know what? Her letter is on the third page.
It's ADDONIZIO.
Thank you.
Yeah. I forgot where I was going.
Well, did you say enough?
I think so.
Okay. And you currently see your psychiatrist twice each year?
Yes, sir.
Since the effective date of your 2009 surrender, I think it was November 2009, have you used any drugs or controlled substances apart from prescribed medications?
Absolutely not.
When was the last time you used a controlled substance?
An illegal substance, or?
Yeah. Non-medicated.
Non-prescribed. I don't have a great recollection of that. I would have to say summer of 2008.
Just a few questions about your medical knowledge. In your petition, you wrote, quote, "You haven't worked as a provider since February 2009."
That's correct.
And I wanted to follow up on something you mentioned in your petition. You said that you were enrolled for a May 1st through 4th Pri-Med West course. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to complete that course?
Oh, absolutely. And I believe, because this petition has taken a year to get to this point, I attended, can I look back at my wife just to verify the date?
Do you have a document with you that?
I don't. She asked me if I did. I said no, I did not print it out. I believe it was September of this year. I completed another 13 units of Category 1 AMA credit.
Okay. Thank you. You don't have any documentation of that?
I do not. I could probably pull it up on my cell phone, though.
Okay, a few questions about your reference letters in your petition packet.
Certainly.
You submitted a reference letter from Dr. Coretta Gittens, correct?
That's correct.
She's your wife.
That is correct.
You chose not to call her to testify today.
As I said in the beginning, I didn't know that I was going to. I don't believe that she'd be prepared.
So you chose not to call her to testify?
That's correct.
And you chose not to call any of the authors of your reference letters to testify today, is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to read for you a quote from your petition. In your petition, you wrote, quote, "My parents, cousin, several close friends, sponsor, and pastor are well aware of my conduct, hold me accountable today, and support my petition for license reinstatement," end quote. Is that correct?
Is that in my narrative?
That's my question to you is, did I read that correctly?
Yeah, it sounds reasonable.
You didn't call any one of those witnesses today at your hearing?
No, I did not.
And last, nothing further. Thank you.
Do any board members have any questions?
I do. I just have a quick question in terms of timeline. So between 2006, hello, how are you?
Hi.
Between 2006 and 2009, you were in a program with your psychiatrist going every 2 times a week. Is that correct?
Not until 2009. It was about 2008.
2008. And then subsequently after that, you were reduced to twice a year?
No, I was reduced to twice a year in 2012.
And then during that time period, up until 2012, were you going a little bit more often? Was it?
Yes.
How often?
Probably, it was once a month. That was the big, that was kind of a nice, because I pay for those, so
Okay.
you noticed that.
Okay.
And then it was every 3 months, and then biannually.
Okay, and then were you given urine testing or drug testing at that
She
time?
does. She does a randomized.
A randomized test, okay. And then now you're going twice a year, and what does that consist of?
A randomized test and an office visit, as we discussed, kind of my whole situation, not just my compulsive behaviors.
Okay.
And then medication refills, and then she just wants to know what my plan is. You know, where am I with the board? Where am I with raising Savannah? How is my marriage? You know, what am I doing to advocate for those?
So at the time of surrender, in terms of your license, you have not been working as a physician assistant?
No, I have not.
And that has been since 2006? Is that correct?
Since 2006. I'm going to say February 2006.
February 2006. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any more questions? No? I have one. You referenced spiritual Timothy, spiritual Artemis, and spiritual Paul.
Absolutely.
Are these people in your health group?
My spiritual Paul is a business owner, someone that had attended my church, but now is actually has been ordained and is now at a church of about 10,000 people in Riverside, where we reside. My spiritual Timothy is an attorney in the town where I work. He's also an elder at the church where I'm at. And my spiritual Barnabas is another person that I had met at a convention.
Is it Barnabas or Artemis?
Barnabas. In the Bible, Barnabas was someone that was under Paul, is one of the Gospels, and Paul kind of mentored him. So I get to do a little bit of both.
And are Paul, Timothy, and Barnabas part of this health group that you are
Yes, they
involved
are.
in?
They're required
They're required by?
by the it's called Band of Brothers, my discipleship compulsive behavior group.
And what do you do in this compulsive behavior group?
Well, we sing worship songs, and there's usually a devotion of some sort, a topic of the week, with a lecturer, usually about 30 minutes. Then we break up into groups, and we openly talk about some of the most hard to discuss things as men that we do, the things that we don't want anybody to know about, our thoughts, some of our actions, things that we've never confessed to people before, and we pray for each other. And then we conclude by singing some worship songs, and then usually something to eat, and then go home.
And you don't have a sponsor or?
Well, I would think my Paul would be a sponsor.
So you would consider him your sponsor?
I do.
And do you have a relapse plan?
I do have a relapse plan.
And what is that?
Well, like I said, even this morning, the stress of not having a shirt is something that used to almost rock me. And I know who to call. I have his number, and I have his sponsor's number that I can call, or, well, his Paul, and as well as two of his Barnabas. So I have 5 guys that I can immediately call on my phone. I think the biggest problem before is I was embarrassed and ashamed. I didn't have any accountability. I lived by myself. I don't have that anymore. So when things are going wrong, I can, my wife asks me all the time, is this okay? Is that all right? Because I'm so involved in my community, in my church group, there's somebody that I see just about every day that knows my situation with the medical board, knows my drug abuse, my past history, compulsive behaviors, eating, sex, spending, gambling, and then they can call me on that just about every day but Wednesday.
And what happens on Wednesday?
Well, Wednesday I go to the crisis pregnancy. Go to the crisis pregnancy center, and then I spend time with my daughter for 4 hours.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of incidences of misconduct here, and can you you mentioned that your last episode you think of taking drugs was in the summer of 2008, but then you did have two DUI arrests after
That's correct.
that?
I believe he'd asked me about illicit substances.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking over this. And
Oh, okay, right.
So you were still drinking even though you had stopped taking drugs?
Well, it wasn't for drinking. It was for taking cold medicines.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's why I was clarifying. I didn't know what.
I
he
understand.
wanted.
And then I had one more question. So the really only structured treatment program that you went in was a 10-week outpatient treatment program?
In the past?
Yeah.
Oh no, I've done a 30-day inpatient program. I've done 2 intensive outpatient programs.
And were those all consecutive? Can you give me kind of a timeline of what your rehabilitation was?
Yes. Sure. Oh, well, since I've surrendered my license, I have not been in a treatment program other than seeing my psychiatrist, who is the same that saw me during my inpatient program. So are you asking since I've surrendered my license or previous to that?
Since you surrendered your license, could you tell me?
Certainly.
What you've done?
Yeah, I saw the same psychiatrist who is an addictionologist. Originally, it was, I think it was probably twice a week in the beginning, and then mostly once a week, and then it became every 3 months, and then it became biannual.
So in her letter, I think it references a 10-week outpatient.
Right. That was previous to my surrender. I had participated in a 10-week outpatient.
So you had stopped drinking before you surrendered your license?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on which time. You know, there were times that because I attended an outpatient program and an inpatient program, and had stopped drinking for periods of time, and it seems like when I would get sick or stressed out, I would take cold medicine. It didn't seem like it was enough. I felt the pressure of having to function. The next day, I was not getting good sleep. I wasn't following the authority of my physician. I surely wasn't following the authority of my sponsor. All of whom gave me good advice. I chose not to follow it.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Have you done any kind of work in the medical environment, volunteer or otherwise, since you surrendered your license?
Yeah, I don't think that I'm supposed to volunteer as part of my stipulation, but I do volunteer at the Crisis Pregnancy Center, but I specifically told them not medical, but I did explain to the administrator my situation, so she's well aware of why. So I do the toilets, I clean the floors, I fix the windows. Last week I fixed a dryer, those kind of things.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I have one question. Do you have a plan for stress? It seems like stress was a little a factor that would
Huge.
have you relapse. Is there a plan of action for stress?
There is a plan. I think right now I'm really following it well with regimented exercise. I think I had mentioned in my narrative statement, playing basketball 1 night a week, going to the gym, getting my swim time in and my sweat, making sure that we're eating right. We moved recently. We're cooking at home. We're eating out more now, but normally we don't eat more than once a week. But I find those things help. Getting to sleep at night, getting in bed at 9 o'clock without distraction, getting up at 6 o'clock, being on a regular routine, that helps. And that's as far as avoiding stress, I have all those written down. My spiritual Paul, Barnabas, and Timothy know about those. And they're always asking me, how's your regimen? Are you getting to bed at time? Are you staying up late? So that's what I have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Just briefly, please. Mr. Hamlin, were you under the care of your psychiatrist, Dr. Donizio, in 2006? Is that right?
Not 2006. I was under the care of her partner in 2006.
Okay. Is it the same practice?
Yes, same company, Reading Psychiatric Care.
So while you're under the care of that practice, it was when you committed the misconduct we referenced in 2008 and 2009.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Template, would you like to conclude?
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, in order to reinstate his PA license, the petitioner must meet his burden of showing by clear and convincing evidence that he has been rehabilitated. I just want to focus briefly on 3 of the factors that the statutes provide for the board's consideration in making this decision. The nature and severity of petitioner's misconduct, evidence of rehabilitation, and truthfulness. So the first factor, the nature and severity of petitioner's misconduct, I think it goes without saying here that petitioner's misconduct was serious from 2006 through 2009. His DUI arrests in 2008 and 2009 and related convictions were serious, and they underscored petitioner's history of substance abuse, his persistent addiction, his inability to control himself, and his dishonesty about those problems. Similarly, in his February 2006 treatment of a patient while under the influence of controlled substances, petitioner again demonstrated his addiction and recklessness and dishonesty. In all three of these instances, petitioner was deceitful about his addiction and appeared unconcerned about the risk that his behavior posed to the public. Likewise relevant, and I think similarly disconcerting, is petitioner's repeated termination from his board-ordered diversion program in 2008. That's detailed in the underlying pleadings in the exhibits, but basically there again he was dishonest about his persistent chemical addiction. So accordingly, I think this first factor weighs heavily against reinstatement. The second factor, evidence of rehabilitation, this is a key factor because it's petitioner's job to show that by clear and convincing evidence that he has been rehabilitated, and I don't think that his petition meets that burden. There's very little in the way of documentation. There's letters by witnesses who have not testified today. I think 1 page maximum. Each letter is very brief. In short, the petition and the evidence presented today lacks formal confirmation of the frequency, duration, and effectiveness of petitioner's substance abuse and mental health treatment. The petitioner had the opportunity to gather and present a more formal and robust evidence of these issues, but he did not. Accordingly, it's not clear whether petitioner has been sufficiently rehabilitated. And last, and I think most disturbing, and something that maybe petitioner can't establish today through no fault of his own, is his long history of deceit. The overwhelming evidence in this record points toward at least 4 years of petitioner's admitted past misconduct and deceit. And while his current contrition and candor are admirable, I don't think they can displace those 4 years of dishonesty. Because petitioner has failed to meet his burden by clear and convincing evidence, his petition should be denied. If the board is inclined to grant reinstatement, I would just refer them to the conditions recommended by the people in our written argument. Thank you.
Mr. Hamlin, do you have anything else to say?
Just a brief statement. I know it's getting late in the day. I'm not an attorney. I didn't realize that I would need to have the people that sign statements on my behalf to show up. They did provide their phone numbers. They're people that have a very good knowledge of my life. And the fact that my wife drove all this way from Southern California to support me, I think, weighs a lot as well. Again, we talked about things that I would do. I'd heard Jed's question of some of the other respondents earlier about how it would benefit the patients versus the risk. And my spouse and I read on the way up that there's a 15% vacancy due to the Concern for Affordable Care Act in hospitals and clinics. Not that that's an excuse, but I think it affords me a great opportunity to be part of the solution. And I would be well monitored. My wife has been offered partnership at her company, Riverside Medical Clinic. Although I had not originally considered working there, I'd actually hoped to go back to work for Dr. Tom Davis, which was the person who originally called the medical board on me back in 2004. I've made amends with him. But they're going to start training residents, and I know there was a concern there that for the amount of time that had lapsed, whether my clinical skills would be, appropriate. But they're seeing medical students now. They're starting residents at the first of the year. They're starting family practice residents first, then hospitalists, and then surgical students. So there's a culture of mentoring people as they come along. So I wouldn't be out on my own once I started working. I know that if you granted reinstatement, I know that there's a very tight monitoring process that goes along with that because I've experienced it before. It's very hard to fool. So I don't believe that I would be a danger, but I do believe that the benefit would outweigh the risk. Thank you.
This concludes your petition hearing in this matter. You can please see the court reporter to get information about the transcript. The board will now be in deliberations, so we're going to have a closed session, so we'll need to clear the courtroom or the hearing room. Thank you for coming today.
Okay, I'd like to call the Physician Assistant Board back into open session. It's still December 9th. And at this time, before we go any farther, I do want to recognize somebody, Lou, who is our videographer, who is behind the scenes always, but does an outstanding job of making us look thin and intelligent. I just want to thank you for the webcast because they're really very, very important, and we appreciate your work. So next item is agenda items for the next meeting. What do you have?
I have meeting dates for the rest of 2014. The strategic plan, obviously. We could have our DAG liaison give a presentation, if that would be appropriate. I don't know, you want to talk about the PANCE exam, perhaps the scoring methodology?
Yes, if we could get that
Do you
information.
want to have a person from, or just a handout?
Just a handout. How long do we want to allocate to strategic planning?
I can't remember what they said the time they would need.
Do we know if we're going to have any disciplinary cases yet for February?
Probably we will have one hearing.
Okay.
Depends on if we have cases for the other closed session. I expect one.
Okay. Other items? I know Dr. Bishop brought up something that legal was going to check first.
Yeah, that may be in conjunction with in conjunction with the
Attorney General.
the disciplinary guidelines.
Okay.
So there was a question about just how the disciplinary guidelines are.
How you come up with the minimum and maximum penalties.
Maximum penalties, so.
What research, if there's research to support that.
Yeah, and whether or not we can have some. So Christy and I can talk to Glenn and Diane, and hopefully they can bring that data to you.
My specific concern was that we adjudicate many cases having to do with drug addiction, alcohol addiction, and the guidelines are there, but there's no evidence-based references to look at, and I assume that the guidelines are there for a reason, but we always get into these discussions about, well, when are they safe to go back? And so if we have some references, like read the great summary of that, so we know that, okay, I understand this now, so I can be firm on my convictions. Because we do spend a fair amount of time going back and forth about that.
Okay, other items? Hearing silence, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Everybody have a good holiday. We will see each other in 2014.